Buddha.
You want me to raise that bed and do it? We raise the bed and do it.
Yeah.
Plug it up. Oh, probably have to plug it up with. Are they in the drawer or are they up here? I seen the batteries there somewhere, and I'll take these out this morning. Not wrestling. Okay, now, how much you want it? How far you want it up? Or back out, because when you leave in, I turn it down.
Damn, Clemsy. You snapped on this one.
Real money chasing that bed.
Brady.
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it. But at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta
What up, everybody? We are officially live on this beautiful Thursday evening, and it's been a very beautiful day in South Carolina, I have to say, because let me get straight to it. Joe Brady's been fired. Woo! Let's start them celebrations, baby. Before we do, if you are new here, if you are not new here, hit that like button, hit that follow button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you like the stream, if you like the video, if you like the channel in general. And share it with your friends if you want to. Also, be sure to check out the Facebook page, Keep Pounding in all caps. Same as the channel name on YouTube. And same as the one on Facebook. So, if you want in-game posts, opinions, polls, and NFL news reactions. Let's get into it, boys! Woo! We celebrating today. Oh, yes, sir. The Joe Brady is gone. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's freaking beautiful. I ain't got no bottle cap opener right now. You know what? Ah, snap. That's alright. That's alright. We're going to open one of these instead. Woo! Cheers, folks. Joe Brady's gone in his coloring book playbook. Let's go. Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty we free at last to that Joe Brady playbook. Feels good. Feels so good. Bro, I can't even tell you. The handicap is gone from Cam Newton. No more audibles. No more nonsense. Man. You know what? I'm about to celebrate with that bottle later. That's what I'm about to do. Because I got two reasons to celebrate. You already know what the first one is. Here's the second one. World Series champs gear is in. From my Atlanta Braves. That's what it feels like to be on a winning championship team. This team will know what it feels like one day when we have a parade on Charlotte. We will know how it feels again. We almost had it, guys. Back in 2015, we were this close. Bruh, I'm telling you. I want it more than you all do. I'm for real. I want it more than y'all do. We're going to get there. And this week, we just took one step closer to that goal. I'm celebrating tonight. I'm in a party mood. Let's crank up some party music right now. How about it? Y'all want to hear some party music? Let's go. Let's go. Everybody in chat, let's go. Joe Brady is gone. Woo! The future's looking bright in Carolina, baby. Yeah! We're partying up in here, baby. If y'all ain't partying, I'm partying. I'm partying right now. Yo! Hey! Man, it feels so good. So good. Oh, I can't even tell you how good it feels. What's up, Rashawn? How you doing, man? Shout out to you. Keep pounding, brother. Yeah. That's how we get down up in here, man. That's how we get down. Let's go. Yo. Hey. So the main man, Joe Brady, is gone. So now what do we do? What do we do from here? So who is our new offensive coordinator? Let's see. Let's see. We got our man, Mr. Jeff Nixon, taking over now. Yo. Jeff Nixon. And for what we're hearing from the players, and I don't know if y'all saw this post on Facebook, but I'm going to read it off anyway because I put this up. If y'all were watching the press conferences from the players, this man said that he is beloved by the players. He works from an understanding perspective rather than a do your job perspective, which is Matt Rule's tendency. And he focuses on technique and physicality when it comes to the offensive line. Now, doesn't that sound amazing compared to what we've been doing lately? How many streams have y'all watched me complain about our technique, our physicality, keeping the hands engaged, making sure these defensive players don't get their hands up and knock these balls down? In the last two games, we saw it happen. So a little physicality and a little technique is going to go a long way to getting this offensive line back in gear again. So, and this guy was a running backs coach. So, obviously, our focus is going to be on the running game for a good chunk of this. Now, I know how people are going to react to that and say, well, we're giving away the game plan. Not exactly. Not exactly, folks, because we don't know what this man's planning on pulling out here. He might do some play actions. He might, you don't know. So don't be so quick to judge that. And I've been seeing a lot of comments about that this week. It's like, okay, well, don't be so quick to jump on that train just yet. But as far as like trusting the man right now, I trust him. Let's see where this goes. Now that trust only goes as far as can he be successful against Atlanta this coming Sunday. Can you show me that you can get the job done against Atlanta? If you can, that means, you know, this is a trial run for this man. So, you know, we might have to go out and get an offensive coordinator at the end of the year. We don't know. But right now, it's looking promising from what we're hearing. So, that being the case, we're just finally rid of the man that has been causing all our problems on the offense. You know what I mean? You're talking the most predictable plays, press conferences that will numb your mind, that will make you lose brain cells. He's gone. He's gone. This management finally showed us that they want to win. They finally showed us that they are dedicated to putting together a staff that wants to win. I'm going to say this right now. Just because the man is from Baylor and just because he's worked with Matt Rule before does not make him a great offensive coordinator yet. We got to test him. We got to see what he can do. Then we can judge for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, this may not be the guy either. But we know for sure it isn't Joe Brady. You know, take your butt back to college, man. I heard Venables took the Oklahoma job. You know, congrats to him. You know, best wishes to him. You know, we had some great years in Clemson with Venables, but I knew that man would eventually leave for Oklahoma eventually when that job opened up. I knew it was coming. And there's some people saying that Joe Brady might join him as an offensive coordinator down there in Oklahoma. That's the reason I bring that up. Now, that would be an interesting mix. A coloring book playbook, college playbook, mixed with Venables. I don't see that working too well, do you? We'll see how that works out. Let's keep an eye on Oklahoma, man. But I'll certainly be watching them because I'm a huge Venables fan, so oh, low audio? My bad, man. My bad. Is it working now? Check, testing. Appreciate you, Kent Sullivan. Um, yeah, maybe turn your headphones up or something, man. All right, because I know the Facebook people are good here, man. Y'all can tell me if if my audio is bad or something, man. But I appreciate y'all, man. The Real Zero Chill. Welcome on in, my friend. This band's been in on every stream I've done so far, pretty much. So, show us the love to him. All right. So, Mike is good now? All right. Okay, so what does this mean for us going forward as a team? Now, after watching Sunday's games during the bye week, we just got put in second place with a whole bunch of gift upsets. And if y'all don't know what gift upsets I'm talking about, if you have been sleeping under a rock this week, let me bring up what those upsets are real quick. And it's going to make a massive difference whether we get a chance at a playoff spot or not. That's right, folks. It's still there. Barely. But it's still there. And you could thank the Detroit Lions for that. That was a massive upset over the Vikings last week. That put us right in the hunt again. And I think this is going to be a very, very interesting playoff hunt going forward. All right, so you got the Saints losing to Dallas. I predicted that one. All right, Tampa wins over Atlanta. Expected that. Tampa's probably going to win the division, folks. Let's be real here. We got Detroit with the magical Christmas win over the Vikings, the one win that they get all year. And I'm so happy that it's this one. I'm so happy it's this one. Congrats, Lions fans, because I know y'all been living under absolute scrutiny for the last 10 years. And, dude, I'm just happy for Detroit fans right now. I really am. They needed that win worse than a draft spot. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was desperation mode at this point. All right, so moving on to the ones that matter. We got Miami beating the Giants. Now, if the Giants won against Miami, that would have put the Giants still in the wild card hunt. But because the Giants lost 20-9 against the Miami Dolphins, so we got them to think as well that we're still in it. You know, that's a big win right there. And to be honest, I kind of expected halfway expected an upset right there by the Giants. They've been surprising everybody this year and winning games that they shouldn't be winning. So, you know, they took 2 out of 4 of the NFC South. I just want to point that out. They almost beat the Falcons too. So, there you go. Washington is still in the hunt. They beat the Raiders 17-16. So, you know, that game was so close. Had he missed that field goal, Washington would have been out. And we would have been right in the hunt for that number 7 spot. And I mean right there. That would have been such a huge upset right there by the Raiders. And then you move on to the San Francisco game. Now, we needed Seattle to win. They won 30-23. And what that does is those two switch places in the wild card spots. You know, now San Francisco's in the hunt, and Seattle's got the I think it's the 5th wild card spot. I think that's what it was. But, you know, it still gives us a very, very good shot at getting in now. And of course, around the league, you see New England takes over the division and puts kind of this statement win over Buffalo, 14-10. I was expecting that to be a little more high scoring than it was, but that's a big one right there because that highlights, you know, that could be an AFC Championship game right there. It's very, very possible. So that's why I kept a very close eye on that game. The other one I was watching was Pittsburgh and Baltimore. Now, these two bring everything in the kitchen sink at each other every time they battle each other. And usually the winner of that split, you know, whoever wins the most games in the season typically gets the division. But it doesn't always work out that way because Pittsburgh's had a rough season. So we'll see how that rolls, you know, going into the end of December. But what do we need to do to win? And I'm going to put this on screen. Hold up. I'm going to show y'all what we need to do to win. And I'm going to our schedule right now. Do y'all remember what my predictions were for what I thought we could do this year? It hasn't changed. It's been the same all year. Now, we're going to get a win over Atlanta in Bank of America Stadium. That's going to happen. You know, whether we're trying to tank out or get a playoff spot, that's going to happen. We're going to go win over Atlanta. Atlanta's just that bad. Buffalo, when we roll into Highmark Stadium, I don't think that's possible. I don't think it is. Don't let that score of that New England game fool you. Buffalo is much stronger than they appeared in that scoreboard. I can promise you that. I've watched enough of Buffalo Bills football this year to tell you that. That defense is hella strong right now. They just held New England to under 20 points. And Mac Jones has been on fire lately in the last couple games. So I've been warning y'all about Buffalo's defense all year. And don't let that scoreboard on their schedule fool you. It's much stronger than it appears. So we take the L in Buffalo, which we can afford to do that. But we need to split with the Buccaneers. That means we got to get this win in Week 16 at our home stadium against the Bucs. We got to have it. Got to have it. There is no excuse for coming out of that game right there in Week 16 and not coming out with a win. This Tampa Bay squad has been struggling on defense a little bit, and Tom Brady has not really put up that many points in the first halves of these games. That's an opportunity. We got to take advantage of it. And without Joe Brady running our offense and Cam being handicapped, now I think we got a shot to fully take advantage of that. So I'd like to see Cam Newton start running some of those old plays, from 14 and 15, that got us on that division title run. And I feel like we could do it. I feel like it's possible. We just got to catch the Bucs up by surprise, and run some stuff from the old school days that worked. Don't just rely on the new stuff. Pull out some old stuff every once in a while. Mix it up a little bit. Because Tom Brady's looking at the tapes, he's not looking back at 2015 tapes. I'm telling you that right now. There ain't no way he's digging that far back. He's looking at 19, 20, and 21. So if we pull out plays that used to work back then, we might actually shock this defense a little bit. Because some of that stuff worked. We had Greg Olsen open a lot back then. We had some plays open that we weren't expecting to have open during that time period. You go back to the Patriots game that we played against them, against Tom Brady. There were a lot of good plays in that game that we had to pull out that we didn't think we would necessarily have to in other games, but they worked back in 15. They didn't work this time around because Joe Brady was trying to call his usual coloring book offense, and it just didn't work. So, if we split with Tampa and beat the Saints, again, this is going to be 3-2 to finish it out the year, but it's going to give us a prime shot versus the Saints for a wild card spot. That's what it's going to do. We can forget about winning the division. I don't think that's possible. Tampa's got this thing locked up. If you look at their schedule, I don't see them losing. They may lose one against the Saints, possibly, but otherwise, I don't see it. But we can go for a wild card spot, and the Saints are the main competitors for us not getting one. So we've got to take down those Saints in the Superdome in New Orleans. Now, here's the problem with that. We have a bad history of losing in the Superdome, even with Cam Newton. So this is going to be real interesting, and it's going to be a must-win in New Orleans. So we got to do what we couldn't do before, and that's win in the Dome. And here's the other problem with that. Usually we split with the Saints, and we already beat the Saints 26-7 in week 2. Now, this Saints team has been resurging a little bit lately, and that could be a problem. So I'm going to kind of take a look at the Saints real quick. And just kind of show you what they've got left. Now, yes, they are sitting in the bottom of the division, but they've been playing a little bit better lately, despite the scores. Um, you kind of expect the 31-6 against the Bills. You kind of expect the 27-17 against the Cowboys. You know, but if you look at how many points they actually put up against the Eagles, and the Eagles did blow them out. The Saints have a terrible secondary, but they actually put up 29 against the Eagles. Not too shabby. They put up 21 against the Titans. Not too shabby. They actually beat the Buccaneers earlier this year, 36-27. Not bad. Got up going against the Seahawks and the Washington football team, who are both playoff contenders right now. Hunting for a wild card spot. Not bad, man. And a win over the Pats in week 3, 28-13. So, this Saints team is better than people think it is. Just because they took an L to us doesn't mean that this team isn't strong in certain areas. So, be warned. When we go into that game, be expecting anything. And I do mean anything. Because the Saints will be going all out and bringing everything in the kitchen sink to win that game. Or to try to win that game. So we have got to pull everything out ourselves. Pull out all the stops. All the secret plays that we've been holding back. Pull them out against the Saints. Don't use them against the Bills unless we got a close game in the fourth. That's my prediction there as far as what I think needs to happen. Unless we feel like we could beat the Bucks and we need those trick plays in week 16, pull out a few in 16, but save them up for 17. 17 is when it matters. Because that's when we're legitimately playing for a spot. At the end of the road, man, if we had taken care of business against the Giants, if we had done our job against Washington, we wouldn't be in this mess, hunting for a 7th wildcard spot. We would have a wildcard spot with a 3-2 finish in December. So this is exactly what I was worried about was going to happen, because this team has a horrible habit of losing games that we should not lose when we're in a playoff hunt, and winning games when we shouldn't be winning games, which costs us draft picks when we're not in a playoff hunt. So somewhere along the line, we got to break that status quo. We got to find a way to break that. And I think one of the ways we could do that is getting rid of Joe Brady, which I am very, very pleased that we did so. You're not going to see very many handicap audibles, from Cam Newton anymore with this situation going on. Now, the negatives to this is Cam Newton kind of seemed down in his press conference. He really did enjoy Joe Brady, I feel like, and he did feel like there was something there with his system. Honestly, we all know there wasn't. If anybody's been paying attention, we all know there wasn't. But, if you watch Cam try to answer those media questions, it was really, really kind of sad and depressing a little bit. Because he was just like, I'm just getting ready for Atlanta. I'm just getting ready for Atlanta. I don't really feel like answering these questions. I just want to get ready for Atlanta. And I'm like, I don't blame you, dude. I don't blame you. Nobody likes the media. But you got to do it, man. You got to answer a couple of these questions. Don't give away the store, but at least answer a couple questions. You know, I get that you don't want to answer the question of how much the offense is going to change with Jeff Nixon. I get that because that would give away the store if you answer that question too specifically. That gives away what we're doing next week. We don't want to do that. So that's where that answer is appropriate. Getting ready for Atlanta. But you don't want to end up saying that about 15 times during the interview and being like, well, I don't really feel like answering all your questions. Because there were a few good ones. There were a few good ones, man. And the last media person was just like, where'd you put your trophy, Your college trophy. I mean, just nonchalantly, like, trying to get him out of that zone, to answer a question. He just wouldn't do it. And I'm just sitting there like, man, poor Cam. Poor Cam, man. Like, you got to feel bad for the dude, man. He just comes back and he loses his offensive coordinator and having to try to learn that playbook for about 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. And now he's got to try to learn a whole new playbook. And you're right in the middle of a playoff hunt. Oh, man. That's rough. That's rough, man. I feel for you, Cam. Good luck, though, dude. Yo, shout out to Junior Raw. Orby here, man. Appreciate you. Joshua Rogers, Rashawn Bradham. Appreciate you. Uh, you know, Kent Sullivan says we got to win out or win the division. Not necessarily, man. We got to get a wild card spot. 3-2, I think we got a wild card spot in the mix here. We got to get a couple more upsets here. And I was really hoping for that Washington game to go the other direction. Because Washington's a tough team, during a playoff hunt under Ron Rivera in the past 2 years. So that would have really helped us had they not been in the mix. But I think our main competitor is still the Saints. That's our number one concern right now. Mainly because they're on our schedule. But you look at our schedule of the teams that were in the hunt this week. I think Vikings lost. That's 1. Giants, that's 2. Falcons are now out of it. That's 3. And the Miami game doesn't really affect us on their side, on the AFC side, but it does in the fact that the Saints are now out a game. So that gave us an opportunity to take on the Saints in Week 17 and possibly get a spot. But we got to take care of business everywhere else too. That means we cannot lose to the Falcons this Sunday. That's where it starts. That's where that 3-2 record starts. We don't pull off that win against the Saints, and we don't pull off that win against the Bucks in Week 16, then we're out. And we're especially out if we can't beat the Falcons this Sunday. Oh, we're hecka out if we can't beat these guys. So, we better win this game. That's all I got to say. Everybody's wanting to throw Matt Rule under the bus for the current losses and everything. And yes, I know y'all have been waiting for me to get to this. I know y'all have. Okay, here's my thoughts on Matt Rule. And I know this is going to be a very unpopular opinion, as it usually is within the Panthers fan base, but not with y'all probably. So here we go. Matt Rule has checked every single box as far as what we want in a head coach, except one. Except one, ladies and gents. And that one, you can guess right now what that one is. And that's handling player injuries. I've been speaking on this for the past few streams. So, Matt Rule, to me, deserves another chance. I know this man's been on the hot seat. I know he's been thrown around everywhere. But I think give him time. He's built up a really, really talented 53-man roster. We could do without Matt Barkley, but, there's Joe Webb on the free agent list. I suggest him, if you want a fresh start as a third quarterback, and a second chance opportunity. It's a great storyline, too, by the way. Because Joe Webb did pretty well in preseason, when he was here. And he did okay when he was subbed in during regular season, during that small amount of time. So, yeah, I say 3 quarterbacks with the same style could really, really help us. And it could help Jeff Nixon to develop a really, really good playbook where we could mix up run and pass, being that he's a running back coach first, before he came to the offensive coordinator role. So you'll have the added Cam Newton runs, of course. You'll have the added PJ Walker runs. You'll have the added Joe Webb runs. All 3 of them can run. So it's the same style for all 3. And Joe's cheap. That's my thought on this. If you want a cheap third string quarterback, Matt Barkley is not it. Pull Joe Webb back, man. He may have a year or 2 left, but hey, let's milk him, right? Let's milk him for a $1 million. It just makes sense to me. We'll do a real quick 3 minutes here with our Zoom guests here, who include Anthony Rochelle and our boy LD. So, LD, man, you still there, man?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, what are your thoughts on Jeff Nixon thus far? From what you've heard so far?
I like him myself. I'll give him the benefit of a doubt.
I'll agree with that.
Far as my opinion, now I do. I think I'm just glad Brady's gone.
Absolutely.
But I give him a benefit of a doubt. I give him benefit of a doubt. I think Nixon's going to do good.
I have that feeling too. Thus far. How about you, Anthony? How you feeling about this, man? Weigh in, my man.
Hello.
If you're here. Yeah, what's up?
How you doing?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good.
What was the question about? You wanted the...
Yeah, what do you think about this new offense coordinator, Jeff Nixon?
Jeff Nixon.
Yeah, you think he's going to do well?
I think give it a shot. I think see how it goes. I'm not super hyped about it, but I'm still thinking that give the guy a shot.
Mm-hmm.
See how it goes. So.
Yeah, I think everybody's more so on the train of we're just glad that Joe Brady's gone.
Yeah.
It's just what a win for this organization, the fact that he's not here anymore. And I wish him the best of luck wherever he ends up, He's a
But you
great
got,
guy, but he's just not the right fit.
Exactly.
but you, but you got to know, this could be the big burning seat for Matt Rule, though.
It could. There's a
'Cause-
lot of people saying that his seat is heating up right now, and but I just want to say this real quick about Matt. He's like I said, he's filled all the boxes that we're looking for at head coach, plus a few more, that I wasn't expecting. But give the man a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's put together a great roster, and you can tell he really wants to win. He really
Yeah.
has a hunger to win, and he grew a spine, and he actually fired him himself. If you listen to the press conference, uh, he was asked, did Tepper have anything to do with Joe Brady's firing, or somewhere to those regards in the question, and he said, no, this was my decision.
Yeah.
He was kind of dancing around the question, but yeah, he did ultimately say in his response, and I'm not paraphrasing at all, because I forget exactly what his answer was word for word, but he did say, this was my choice. This was my
Yeah.
call. And I'm like, finally. What did I say 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago? This man's got to grow a spine if he wants us to progress further, as an offense. He's got to fire this man.
Very
And
smart
look what
decision.
happened. Matt, I am so proud of you, man.
Me too.
This man just showed he is really capable and ready to go and be an NFL head coach. That was the final real test for me to show me that he is ready. To stay in the NFL, not just go back to college. So, yeah, everybody's going to throw heat at Joe Brady. And that's a great thing. He's gone. He's probably going back to college. I doubt he gets a head coaching job in the NFL. I highly doubt it. Because if you can't play offensive coordinator, you can't last an entire year in an NFL team as an offensive coordinator. You're not getting a head coaching job. Period, point blank. It's not happening. There's been a few rare exceptions, but you got to really show that you have the ability and the knowledge to be able to do it. But if you can't last an entire year, an entire NFL calendar year, as an offensive coordinator, why? If you're a GM or an owner, why would you hire a man like that? Like, it makes no sense to me. But, I'm not the other 31 teams in the league, so do what you want to do. We're really focused on ours and what's best for ours. So, and I'm not saying he wouldn't make a good offensive coordinator or a head coach in college. Go for it, man. If you feel like you can make it in college, do it. But don't come up here in the NFL with a coloring book playbook and think, oh, well, I'm going to spend half of a year in the NFL and be a head coach. That's not how it works. That's just not how it works. If you come up here with that mindset, you're not going to last long. Point blank, you're just not. Yo, all right. We're going to take a short break and then we're going to dive into this Atlanta Falcons depth chart and figure out what we're doing with this week. Injuries, who's playing, who's not. And one thing before we get off onto the break here is that Ridley will not be playing. So we're about to catch a huge break.
Good.
We'll talk about why that's a good thing for us and why that's such a bad thing on my fantasy team when we get back. All right, guys. Stick around and we'll join you in a few minutes, guys.
Open Google Maps to dine out today. You can see.
Boop, boop. There we go.
You're steaming it. Dad.
Hello, Discover Card here to explain our cashback match. We match all of the cashback you earn at the end of your first year automatically. It's that simple.
Hello,
Discover,
LD. How you doing?
exceptionally common sense. Learn more at discover.com/match. Limitations apply.
Ayo, Pixie, this shit magic.
Love you, baby.
Hello, LD. How you doing?
All right. How you doing, buddy?
Good, good.
That's great.
How long you been a Panthers fan?
I'm all my life.
Oh, you're
Yeah, I've always loved the Panthers. I lived in North Carolina for a long time.
nice.
Yeah, I'm in Ohio now, but I'm still a Panthers
Ayo,
fan.
Pixie, this shit magic.
Nice.
How you doing, man? You done okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
That's good.
All right. We are set to go. How you guys doing? All right. So, let's see. We're going to start with Calvin Ridley because there you go. There you go. That's the spirit right now. Keep pounding, baby. All right, so we're going to start with Calvin Ridley, talking about him a little bit. Now, he was widely considered the number one wide receiver for the Falcons this year. He took off the last few games for personal reasons, and he's not going to be eligible probably until next week to come back. So, why is that significant? Well, number one, that takes away our biggest threat at wide receiver to deal with. Being that Dante Jackson is out for the year and CMC is out for the year, you know, Dante being the main one we want to talk about right now because Dante actually shut Ridley down during that first game that we played him. And hold on, I kind of want to bring up Ridley's numbers. So I want to make a point here. I just want to look at his numbers. That's all I want to do. Let me Google it. Dante was on it pretty much the entire game. And let's see. 21. We want the entire list of game stats. That's what we want. So I want to read y'all how many yards this man got limited to. It's important that we cover that. Apparently this isn't it. Summary, I guess. Yeah, okay. So, here's the thing. He did not play against us in week 8. Or he recorded no receptions, nothing in week 8. Which is very rare. Because if you look at Calvin Ridley's numbers as a whole, we're looking at a man that's got, 35 games started out of 49 for over 3,300 yards career. 28 touchdowns since 2018. So this is a major, major hit for the Falcons that he's not in. And would be a huge difference maker in a game against us without Dante Jackson in. Now, what does that mean at corner for us? That means we're probably going to have Keith Taylor play a bunch of snaps because they said that Gilmore is not ready to play a full 4-quarter game. Now, my question to you fellas is this on Zoom. Why is he not ready to play a full 4-quarter game after being with us for this amount of time and learning our defensive playbook? Anthony, we'll start with you. That's what I'm wondering too. Like, how can you be on this team for that amount of time and not be able to fully learn the playbook? Because these guys have been able to do it thus far and not have a problem. So I don't understand, you know. Yeah, give us some thoughts on this, LD. What you think, man? There's got to be some kind of an answer for this because I'm looking at these press conferences and I'm just going, how? You know, that's the first thing that stood out to me, and I was just like, okay, well, we got Keith Taylor out here that's played how many snaps and apparently knows the playbook better than Gilmore does. And Gilmore's a pro. We're talking about a Pro Bowler here. We're not just talking about a rookie. We're not talking about a second year. We're talking about a Pro Bowler. It shouldn't take you that long to learn a new system, especially when you've been playing out in it. That's what makes no sense to me. You know, I get it. Phil Snow keeps changing stuff up, to confuse the other teams, but there's a solid system, and it just surprises me that he doesn't know it yet. So I don't know if I totally buy into that, but that's the best theory I've got right now too. So, yeah, I don't know. That confused me a little bit. So my guess is we're probably going to see Keith Taylor though. The Falcons don't have much of a wide receiver threat at the moment. That we should really be concerned about. Russell Gage is okay. Yeah, he's not spectacular, but he'll get you the first downs. Sharp is pretty good. Christian Blake is all right. Kyle Pitts will get you some first downs, but I mean, overall, yeah, you got Mike Davis that'll probably be doing a lot of running in that game on Sunday. It's probably going to be like a 60-40 run heavy game is what I'm expecting to see. Based on the fact that they don't have their main wide receiver out there. What's up, Edith? How you doing, man? VOI.FYI? Okay. Whatever that means. Are you talking about voice? Is my voice messed up? Is the voice not there? Y'all check me on this. Is the voice good? Oh, it cuts out? That's weird. Might be my internet. My apologies about that, folks. Not much I could really do about that. But I've kind of turned up the mic as much as I can without it being red levels, so roll with it. Maybe turn up your headphones. Best I can tell you. Sorry about that. As far as the Falcons' offensive line, the offensive line has been very questionable this year, especially Chris Lindstrom. People have been getting past him a lot this year, I've noticed. And, they've committed a lot of penalties, which has kind of backed up their offense. And Matt Ryan's had to kind of throw out of it. So, they're having some troubles too. So we can take advantage of it on defense for sure. I think our main focus should be on Mike Davis, kind of shutting him down, and then we can kind of focus on the wide receivers and kind of shut them down one by one. It'll be a little bit tougher of a strategy, but we could do it. You know, we've got the players, we've got the ability. You know, we just got to work on coverage. I mean, coverage to me was our biggest issue last week. Shaq played a lazy game. You know, it just wasn't pretty. So if we can tighten up the coverage, I think, then start focusing on, can we take away Matt Ryan's targets? That would be great. Well, like I said, it's probably going to be a 60-40, and Matt Ryan's going to kill us on the short pass. I doubt he's going to go long with Sharp or Russell Gage, but you never know. But I'm expecting short to medium passes. So if he does throw one long, we better hope Keith Taylor's up to the task. But it's the middle of the field that concerns me. Because if Shaq has another lazy game, that's points. We can't afford that. So I'm going to need Shaq to tighten up this week. If he's playing. I got to double check because I don't know the injuries report yet. So we got to see. Who's on that injury report? Let's see here. We got John Miller. We got Michael Jordan. We got Daquan Jones. Daquan Jones has a non-injury related injury status. Whatever that means. Didn't practice Wednesday or Thursday. Now that's a significant one because that's a significant pass rusher that has been very successful in the past few weeks. And he's made some plays that have been very significant to us. Getting some third down stops and stuff like that. Corey McKinney says probably family related. Yeah, most likely. So I don't know what's going to happen there. He may or may not play. But next man up, right? Yeah. Yeah, next man up there. We'll see who's on that list in just a second, but we got two guards on this list. That's the other problem here. Michael Jordan, which y'all know I've had my issues with Michael Jordan. A hamstring injury, did not practice Wednesday and Thursday. I mean, that may be actually a good thing for us. I don't like to hype up injuries, but oh man. This year has not been friendly to us on the offensive line. So I tell you what, that might actually help us. John Miller with an ankle injury. He didn't practice Wednesday or Thursday. Now, John Miller, he was okay last week, but we still got to work on him. And here's the thing. Do you think that this new offensive coordinator, Jeff Nixon, is going to help us with the technique and the physicality with this line? And in the way of keeping these guys from getting injured as well. Because we have a history of bad injuries, and I don't want to be the first person to say that this may not end well. With the experiment of Nixon on that way of doing things. Hold on, give me 1 second. I got to. What the world's going on with Zoom? Hold on. All right, so just so y'all know, the Zoom might reset here in just a minute. So, but I kind of want to get your opinions on Jeff Nixon versus fixing this offensive line. Anthony, start with you, man. Mm-hmm. Can he make a significant improvement in the offensive line? He's a running backs coach, so I mean, the things he's been saying, about making the line more physical and more uh, technique oriented are good things. But what I want to see is actual progress towards that goal on Sunday. If we can see that on Sunday, we're in great shape. If we don't see it, we'll know that we made a questionable call as far as who the offensive coordinator is. Um, and I think the time to test out an offensive coordinator is now versus the Falcons. Not when we're knee deep in the Bills game, or knee deep in the Bucks game, or trying for a wild card spot with the Saints. Now is the time to test this out. So I agree with Matt Rule on his decision on when we fired Joe Brady. I wish it would have happened after the Giants game, but if wishes were fishes, folks, you know what I'm saying? Not much we can do about that now, but we are where we are. What? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Washington would still be in that mix too, because I don't really see them losing any games, but you never know. Any given Sunday, it's how this league's been this year. Every team has beat the other team this year. That's what I see happening. That's what I see happening with a 3-2 record closing out December. But we'll find out. We got to take care of business against the Falcons, and we got to take care of business against the Saints, and split with the Bucks at home to make that happen. We may need a little help still with upsets, but I could see them happening. And there's also that chance the Saints could beat the Bucks. You don't know. So, you know, I'm not saying it's a 50-50 chance. I'm leaning more towards the Bucks winning. But I'm not ruling it out. The door's still slightly ajar there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know. That would be real nice. That would be real nice if that happened. We'll run a simulation of that happening in a minute here. But first, I want to get to this comment from Corey McKinney. He says, I think Jordan is one of our better guards. Maybe. Debatable. Miller can go after this season. Ain't much we can do to fix the offensive line. We don't have the talent. Scrap half the line and build next season. Now, here's my question. Are we willing to gamble with the line that we have going into the wild card? Or do we need to start hunting for free agents? What do you think? LD, I'll start with you on that one. What do you think, man? Do you think we want to gamble with our offensive line being the way it is right now, going into wild card, or should we go hunt for free agent offensive linemen? Yeah, I actually agree with that. I think take a gamble on it because we've shown signs of the lines doing what they're supposed to be doing for a good chunk of the game, and then they'll screw up, you know, at certain parts. So, to me, I don't think tanking is really the right way to go right now. When we still have a wild card spot open and we still have that chance, of getting in, you know, and we have a chance of maybe winning a playoff game with Cam Newton on board, and a new offensive coordinator. So I think, there's something there. Uh, the only way we'll know for absolute sure if we can actually go anywhere is if we can beat the Falcons today, this weekend. That'll be a telltale sign, do we gamble with this line and Cam Newton going into the playoffs, do we feel like we got a strong enough chance to actually do something? Because here's the thing, man. If we get a wild card spot, we'll likely be playing the Cardinals, who do not have a full deck of cards, going into the playoffs. So this may be a shot, for us to win. It may be an opening. We all saw what happened to the Cardinals the last time we played them, and they didn't have a full deck of players either at that point either. So, you may or may not be doing with Nuke at the time, when we get into the playoffs at wide receiver. You may or may not be doing with a couple other players. So we'll see how that goes. But the team we don't want to face in the wild card is Green Bay. They've been on a red hot rampage lately. And I got a feeling that red hot rampage is probably going to take them to the division lead. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. We'll take a look at them too. But mhm. Mhm. Dallas. Yep. Here's the thing. We have something we didn't have the last time we played Dallas that could make a 7-point difference in the game. And his name is number one Cam Newton. We didn't have him last time. So, plus we don't have Sean Chandler in the backfield costing us 7 points as well. That could lead to a possible win if we go head-to-head battle with him just like we did in week 3. I feel it, man. I feel like there's a shot there. But we got to not shoot ourselves in the foot on the offensive line, which has been a big problem. Um, my bad, guys. I gotta reset Zoom here. Hold on, guys. Zoom has been reset, so LD, Anthony, jump on in whenever you get a second. Sorry about that. But yeah, that Dallas game could go very, very differently this time around. We got to not shoot ourselves in the foot with stupid penalties. We got to not do the dumb things that we've been doing, to chop our offense, in half. That we could be doing something very spectacular if we got these plays rolling, And I'm sitting here like, maybe, 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 just maybe. Sorry about that. Zoom chat reset, so we get LD jumping in here in a minute. But was that you that was gonna say something, or was that LD? That was you, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, let him jump back in here and you fire away. Yeah, I was trying to warn y'all, but I couldn't get a word in. Yeah. Effie Obata. Yeah. And the reason is because, I don't buy like the typical Panthers jerseys of every year, like everybody else does. Well, they jump on the train of like the newest rookie, Jeremy Chin or somebody like that. I don't do that, man. I When I buy jerseys, they have to go above and beyond what it means to be a Carolina Panther. You know what I mean? Really show heart, um, and really represent us in the best way possible. And I felt like that's a good one too. Um, I have a Luke as well. Wow, that's a cool one. Oh wow, your family must love you and know you well enough on that one. That's good. Very nice. Very nice. Um, yeah, I've got Luke Kuechly. I've got Greg Olson. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I also got a Thomas Davis one and um an old school running back of ours. I know y'all remember the name of this running back in the Fox days, right? Stephen Davis. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Love that dude. Oh my god, bro. Can you imagine if CMC stayed healthy? What we could possibly do with this rushing attack? It is just nasty. It really is. Like, that's the nastiest rush attack I've seen since Jonathan Stewart and D'Angelo Williams. I'll be it for real. Stewart delivers that power, D'Angelo Williams delivers that speed. Put them both together, boom, 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 play after play after play. And it destroys your defensive line. It really does. And we have that nasty attack now. If CMC can get healthy, that's why I'm just like, I don't know if we should get rid of this dude or not. That's the next topic of discussion right there is CMC. What are we going to do with him? Mm, mm-hmm. How are we feeling about that third string running back, Royce? How y'all feel about it in chat? Throw some comments up, guys. How y'all feel about that dude? Because right now I like him. Okay, I think he's got some talent. He's got some power back type qualities. I personally like him. I think if we can, Royce has been in. He's been playing. Yeah, he's had some snaps. Um, he's been doing all right. Not spectacular. It's like an average rushing back. You know, it's more backup quality rushes than starter is what I'm seeing out of Royce. But you know, everybody's opinions are welcome. You know, feel free to drop them in if you got an opinion on a player or somebody you want to talk about. Feel free. We'll talk about them. But right now, uh, like I said, Royce doesn't exactly show you starting material running back skills, which is a little bit of a concern. So I kind of agree with you on that one, Anthony, as far as drafting a future career running back. Yeah. I don't think it's a necessary need in this next draft, but probably in 2023, yeah. I think we should go that direction. He's paper thin. Yeah, because we're overusing him. Well, it's a certain thing about all these offensive coordinators too that frustrates me because you look at these guys and you think, well, my bad, YouTube, you guys can't hear. I'm sorry about that. Now you can. Y'all just missed some valuable commentary. I apologize, but you'll be able to run it back on Facebook. So there you go. My thing is we've had a history of overusing really, really good players.
Yep.
Steve Smith for one, Cam Newton, Luke Kuechly. We've overused him. When he's been hurt. You know, and it's been a history of coaches that said, "Well, you guys want to play, but you haven't successfully finished out your health checks. Go on in. We need you. We need you. We need a win. You know what I mean?"
That's
It,
always been all the
I'm
season
just
after
going,
season.
why? Why do we keep doing this? Why do we keep doing this to our players that we're saying, well, we got so much love and loyalty towards these players, and yet we're doing that? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Now, if it's a legit situation where we've got to win the X game, fill in the blank game,
There's
you
LD.
know, where it's going to take us to the
Hey.
playoffs, then yeah. And we're in a tight spot and we need that player, sure. I see it. But we've been in a situation most of the time where, it's not necessarily a game we got to win. And they put him in anyway. And it's just like, why?
Mm-hmm.
And all these coaches are just like, well, we have to try to win every single game. No, you don't. There's so many coaches that run through here that they just don't understand how the draft works. They don't understand it. They draft the wrong players and they don't get it. They don't get how to successfully build a team.
So what do you think, LD? If you saw or were hearing what I was talking about, um, you think we should go for running back, drafting a running back, like a franchise running back, in a couple years?
It probably wouldn't hurt, to be honest with you.
Okay,
My opinion.
because the only situation is we're running Christian McCaffrey all him
Like
to the
literally
ground.
all the time. Yeah.
I
When he's
I
healthy.
could see us picking up another good running back to help out.
I mean, I do like what's his name that we got? Chuba. I love Chuba.
I
Yeah.
love Chuba as well.
I do
Yeah.
too.
We've been grooming
He
this
is-
guy to be the next Jonathan Stewart type.
Yeah, this guy is awesome.
Yeah, Tuba is good. I like him.
So here's the question I've got for you fellas. What do we do with CMC, assuming we're getting another franchise running back? You know, do we let him run out his contract? Do we cut him? Do we trade him? What do we do? What are your thoughts?
I hate to see him go.
Same. It would be a doggone shame
Yeah,
after what this man has done for our franchise.
I would feel the same way, but either that, I would, if we were thinking of going that route, we should trade him.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Because he was actually the face of our team after Cam Newton. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
he's been the face of the Panthers, especially also with Luke Kuechly being gone. Knowing that Luke Kuechly was defensive, the defensive side, but
Mm-hmm.
CMC is like the face of the Panthers.
yeah,
Exactly.
he is.
There's no question about it.
I just couldn't see him go myself.
So, I mean, there's a lot to think. There's a lot to think about, in the draft coming.
Yeah.
And I mean, hear me out here, because I know I pretty know the whole situation for 20 something years.
Right.
So,
Yeah, man.
So the situation is that we need, depending on what route we go,
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna have to definitely draft a franchise quarterback, because Sam Darnold is not the answer.
No.
Agreed on that.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
And Cam Newton's getting up there.
Yeah.
It's we need something that will take us further.
Right.
I think if we get the right coach for Cam Newton, say Cam Turner, from Arizona that worked with him previously in the Super Bowl run, I feel like he could return to as good of a Cam as you're going to get. You're not going to see the 2014, 2015 Cam Newton. So if you're expecting that, forget it. But you can see the best Cam that he can give you in 2022, if you get Cam Turner. I can guarantee that.
I'm going to tell you this, because my dad's a huge Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows that team, no matter what, is always in the playoffs, always.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes it to a point like I was talking to Corey about this, LD, probably last podcast show that we talked, but
Right.
the situation is this team's always in the playoffs. We got to be that caliber contender every single year to say, look, let's try to be like, let's have
Yeah.
our identity of being Panthers, but let's have that same mentality as Pittsburgh Steelers that win and win and win. They got 6
Consistency.
Super. Yeah, that's it. They
Yep.
got Pittsburgh Steelers got 6 Super Bowls.
They didn't win them by just losing every once in a while and dealing with a whole bunch of injuries on the line. It's consistency.
They almost won their 7th Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If Green Bay didn't beat them in the Super.
They didn't win those Super Bowls by having no identity and not knowing what they were doing in the front office, like we've been doing for the past 6 years and wandering around the Sahara Desert, making dumb decisions like Matt Barkley. Come on.
But
they know what they were doing. They have a structure, they have a plan. They go A, B, C. These are our goals. We're going to accomplish each one, and we're never going to be satisfied until we get all the way to the top.
So what do you think, LD?
That's the mentality we got to have. Starts with that.
Right.
So what do you think about if we do give Matt Rule his third chance? What do you think? Do we go for a head coach journey again?
I think Matt Rule has, as I said earlier in the stream, I think he's checked off all the boxes to be a head coach in the NFL. He's got the spine to fire people that are not getting the job done. He just showed that this week. He also has shown that, he's willing to manage the clock correctly. He's willing to do all the little things correctly to motivate our players. His answers during press conferences could use a little work because he may be giving a little bit too much of the store away, of our plans for the next game. But, otherwise his answers are good. They're long, they're detailed, they're explaining the answers to the questions in a way that people are satisfied with, and we didn't have that with the other prior coaches. With Ron Rivera, it's just I don't know. I don't know the answer to your question. We're prepared for Sunday. And with Matt Rule, it's just like we're prepared for Sunday in ways A, B, C, D. He goes on for a little bit. He rambles a little bit, but he answers the question.
Yeah, I don't like to see. I like Matt. Well, I wouldn't want to see him go nowhere right now.
Yeah, that's a head coach, man. That's a fireball head coach.
I just wanted to see your opinion about it, LD. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I like Matt Rule. I think I don't want to see Matt Rule go nowhere right now myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guarantee you, if we do fire Matt Rule, he's just going to go to another team, and he's going to absolutely shred with that team.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder if he ends up going to back to college.
I doubt he'll end up in college. As good of a head coach as he is thus far, I doubt it.
Me too.
He'll probably end up with the Texans, most likely. They've got to turn everything around, and it'll be a jungle, but, he could do it. If he were to take the job at Detroit, he would turn them around, probably. to like a 5-win team or something like that, they'd probably still get fired again. But still, it's better than where the Lions were when they first started out. So he may
Yeah.
last that job about 2 to 3 years. you know, um, if he were to go, say, to who's another bad team, not including the Jets, of course, because nobody wants to go to the Jets.
I would say the Browns, but they're doing super good right now.
Right. I mean, there's realistically, and you're thinking out of division, right? As far as teams that he would end up as a head coach out of, if we were to fire him, you know. Um, but the Texans immediately come to mind. Jacksonville probably because
Yeah.
the Urban Meyer experiment isn't really going well. I can see that. Maybe the Giants. That's just some places where I would expect him to end up and improve those franchises immediately when he goes there. Because of
Right.
his head coaching skills, in the NFL. So, does he deserve the heat that he's getting? My opinion, not really. And I think getting rid of Joe Brady annihilated the heat that he's getting.
Yep.
Because Joe Brady was the problem, whether you want to admit it or not.
No, he was.
Yeah. I'm still seeing half the fan base divided on this stuff. It just amazes me how fair weather this fan base is sometimes. I swear. And I'm like, y'all are entitled to your opinions, absolutely, but I completely disagree. Everybody's like, oh, have Tepper sell the team and fire Matt Rule and fire Joe Brady and fire this person, cut this person. It's like we would not have a franchise if these people were running this thing. Let's be real. Because y'all are just never satisfied. We'd be running through coaches like water. Water in a river. Every
Yeah.
year. It's like gone, gone, gone. I'm not satisfied with you. Gone. We can't win 2 wins in a row. Gone. It's like y'all are the same ones that keep complaining when come on, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Please don't ever put any of these fans in charge of anything in this franchise. I love y'all. Don't get me wrong. I love y'all. Y'all are all family. But
Nah, we got to
oh
keep
my
Matt Rule.
god. And who are you gonna get as an owner rather than Devin Tepper? Who could you possibly replace Tepper with? Y'all don't say nothing when we start winning, and then y'all will all come out of the woodwork when we start losing and getting on like a 3-game losing streak. Oh, fire this person, fire that person. And it's just like, come on, man, we're still in the playoff hunt. Stop this nonsense. I'm so glad none of those people made it into these subscribers and followers, man. I'm so glad. Oh lordy, y'all are welcome to come in here, but and defend your positions, but as I welcome anybody. I do. I welcome anybody from any team. Get up in here. Speak your piece, but because I'm a voice of the people, man. Because I was often ignored before I made this channel, so that's why I'm opening the door for everybody. Speak your piece. You got something to say it loud. You know? We ain't go throw you under the bus for it. Man, so Corey McKinney says, I'm tanking for linemen. No need to get players in the backfield killed in round 1 if we can get this turn. If we can even turn this season around. and make the playoffs. Oh, I don't necessarily believe we're getting people killed in the background, in the backfield anymore. We were last year. We're not anymore. I think that's one good thing Matt Rule has given to us. We've upgraded the linemen a little bit, but not enough. A stepladder process, I think, is what's going on here. What do y'all think?
Right.
So I don't think he necessarily means Cam Newton back there at this point. I think he means the running backs. I could be wrong about that. But I like that part of it. If we can even turn this season around. Keyword is if. We got to beat the Falcons. It's got to start there. If we don't beat the Falcons, we're done. We don't beat the Saints, we're out.
I got faith we're gonna beat them though.
Oh yeah. I'm just worried about this team, and our reputation and our bad habit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I don't like that. That's got to stop. That's got to stop this Sunday. And I don't like that mentality that Cam Newton's bringing into this press conference, man. I need to see some heat coming from that man.
Right.
When he says, I'm getting prepared for the Falcons, I need to hear him say, I'm getting prepared for the Falcons. You know what I'm saying? I need to see that hyped up Cam Newton like, yeah, I'm ready. That did not look like a Cam Newton that wanted to be there. And if he brings that energy on Sunday, we're in trouble. Y'all agree with that?
Yep.
I do not want to see a Cam Newton come out on the field and just lazily just snap the ball like hike.
I want to see a fired up Cam
punt. Nah, that ain't gonna get it done.
I want to see a fired up Cam Newton is what I want to see.
Facts. I need to see y'all come out here on the first quarter firing on all cylinders on that first drive.
Yep.
And if we can't get it done on the first drive, I need to see it on the second drive. If y'all want to take the first drive to figure things out, that's fine. Second drive, I need to see y'all put up some points. Whether it be 3 or 7, I don't care. I need points on the board. First quarter. We need to come out firing and attacking. This is an Atlanta team that's sitting in the bottom of the division, for goodness sakes. Don't let them beat you like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you come in there, it's mentality. If you come into a battle knowing already you're going to lose, you already lost the battle. You already lost.
Yeah, we're going to win.
Don't do that, Cam.
We're hungry for a win.
We're going to win, yes.
Exactly. That's the mentality I want to hear. From all the players, I want to hear it from the coaches. I want to hear it from Jeff Dixon, our brand new offense coordinator. I want to hear it from Cam Newton, especially Cam Newton, because Cam Newton has been put in here to be the face of the franchise. That now that CMC is on the IR, now everybody's looking at Cam Newton like, okay, what are you gonna do? We've seen what you've done before. Now we need to know what you're going to do now. After that loss, are you going to bounce back or are you going to slack? Are you going to get lazy and come in with a bad attitude? Because we ain't having that.
I don't believe it.
We're better than that, folks. We're better than that.
Exactly.
The way his attitude is, it's infectious throughout the entire team. It really is. If you've seen 2016, he comes into 2016 with a bad attitude, and the entire team suffered for it because they all shared that attitude. It's like one collective beehive. You know, the beehives, when the queen bee acts a certain way, the rest of the beehive is like, okay, we better listen to the queen bee. You know, we better do what she says. Well, that's Cam Newton
Right.
and this Panthers team. If Cam Newton acts a certain way, you know, they got to follow suit. That's how they've been active over the past years. And that's how we got to be on Sunday, man. If he comes out there with a good attitude, you know, like, I'm prepared, I'm mentally prepared, I'm physically prepared, I'm ready to go out there and play this Falcons team. You know, this Falcons team, he does have a point. It's a double win. You know, it's a double win if you beat the Falcons because it's a division team, plus is a wild card spot on the hunt for us, opportunity for us if we win this game. You know, continue the journey. You know, so it's a double win. If he comes in there and with a fiery, passionate, positive attitude, like, I want to win this game, that's going to fire everybody up. Watch and see if it happens.
We're gonna definitely win.
Y'all saw that Cardinals game. Y'all saw how much he fired up this entire team. Every aspect of this team, front to back, all three aspects of it, we're playing it all full cylinders. And the last time that happened was the NFC Championship game against the Arizona Cardinals. That's the last time I saw it happen to that degree. And it made me so happy. Oh my God. I thought I was watching the 2015 Panthers again. Just for a minute there. I was like, man. Yeah, you are doing a great job, man. Thank you so much for joining us, man. Appreciate you, Anthony Rochelle. You a good dude right now. And this team has got to be properly prepared. And I'm going to do my best to help us get there.
Can I say my thoughts about
Absolutely.
About Shaq Thompson?
Yeah, go for it.
So my situation, I think, I kind of feel is that he might have to go.
Okay.
And it's a tough decision, but the situation is that he didn't pull any efforts that much on certain games that should have that I know he's capable of doing.
Mm-hmm.
And it just felt like he fell off. What do you think, LD? Like,
I feel the same way.
When I was watching him, the last two games felt like that. The rest of the year he was playing pretty well. So
I feel that his leadership should be kind of taken away.
Okay, ready for my thoughts on this? This is gonna kind of shock some people. I do like Shaq. I don't like him as a leader. I don't feel like he was ready. I expressed the same back then too. Before once he became a captain, I felt like he just wasn't prepared for it. You know, and the first three games kind of proved me wrong. I was just like, okay, well, let's see what happens. You know,
Right.
and he started playing well against teams like Dallas and all these major opponents. You know, and I was thinking, okay, let's give him a shot here. He seems like he's prepared. And then the coverage issues started to take effect again. the last 2 games. And I was just like, oh no. It's back to the old Shaq. He's regressing. And I'm like, oh boy. And I'm thinking, this is not what we want in a leader. When you think middle linebacker, we got to have somebody that covers everybody. We got to have somebody that does the jobs that Luke Kuechly did, without the skills of Luke Kuechly.
Yeah, I love to find another Luke Kuechly. Luke Kuechly.
You're not going to find another Luke Kuechly. But
Yeah,
you could
I
find
agree.
maybe a
But
Thomas Davis type,
but yeah, but
maybe
now he's the man,
if
Luke
you get
Kuechly.
really, really lucky. And those are the bars, that have been set. And I understand it's humongous shoes to fill. I get it, And I kind of feel bad that he's been in that shadow for that long. But, he learned from the best. But now he's been given his opportunity, and you got to step up. You got to fix those coverage issues. There's no excuses anymore. There's no Thomas Davis to back you up, or no Luke Kuechly to save you, like Superman out there. You got to get this stuff done yourself now. There's no more excuses. And Dante Jackson figured that out. It took him a while, but he learned. He said in that interview, after the I think it was either the Patriots loss or I forget which game it was. It was like 2 weeks ago, probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. He said, "I've got to get this done. I've got to fix my problems. I know what my problems are. I need to fix them. I did this, and this, and I need to do that, and that to fix it. No more excuses. I got to come out here and play. I got to come out here and ball out." And unfortunately, he got hurt. And I would have liked to see him, it would have been such a great Cinderella story for him to come back out there and come out there fighting, and box his way to a win, as a corner. But and correct all his mistakes, but it just never came to be. And it's kind of sad to see that, but we'll see him again next year, I'm sure, if we can get him re-signed. But Shaq's the main concern here, and I didn't see any of his interviews. I didn't see any of his pressers. I didn't,
I like that.
So I don't know how he responded to all of the negative press and all the negative reactions to his coverage ability. But I would have liked to. I would have liked to see what his thoughts are on what he could have done better, in certain situations. How could he have improved, his coverage. And there's always that possibility. Maybe we picked the wrong coverages for him, you know? So,
Right.
I mean, there's always that outside chance, because Phil Snow isn't perfect. He's not, he's not a Brent Venables out there. He's not going to be perfect, but he'll still come out there and give you the best shot to win.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So one of the cool things I was thinking
All right.
is that if in the draft we're probably gonna have to deal with linebacker.
I agree. I've already
What do
got
you think?
one linebacker lined up in my mock drafts, every mock draft.
What do you think, LD?
Now, say it again.
Linebackers.
The my situation is that we draft a linebacker in the draft.
Yeah. I think
Because
it's a good. I think we should.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm
I
not
agree.
sold on Julian Stanford. I'm not sold on
We
Kamal
need a good
Martin.
linebacker.
You know,
Sure.
I'm not completely sold on Jermaine Carter either. You know,
Yeah.
he's had some great plays. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not completely sold on him. So I agree with you. I think we do need a linebacker.
Yeah,
It'll probably
definitely.
be late, fourth, fifth round in the draft, most likely. Is where I'm looking. You know, if you want to go offensive line first
And
in a safety,
I know that Dante Jackson had his problems, but
right?
I give this guy heart, man. This guy
Right.
when I seen him play, this guy's like hungry on defense. You know what I'm saying? Like
Absolutely.
he grabs that football, man, like it's a gift.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Like
Mm-hmm.
when Dante Jackson's on his A game,
Oh yeah, he can't be stopped.
he can't be stopped.
He's a terror.
I
He's
like
a
it.
That's one
terror
thing
on
I love
defense
about.
when he's in it
That's
in
one
his
thing I
prime.
love about this player. Yeah.
You do not
I
want
like
that ball going anywhere near that man if you're a quarterback. There were a few players that got scared to get hit by this guy too. They dropped a couple of passes. Did y'all notice that?
Yeah.
They didn't want no part of him, especially early
Yeah.
on in the season. They're just like, nope, nope, I ain't messing with this dude. Nope, throw it somewhere else. They've
He's
seen
one
how
of my
this man
favorite players.
tackles in the league too. Like he'll do this diving tackles, and it'll stop you right in your tracks. He's one of the best corners I've ever seen that has stopped wide receivers for yards for catching. You know, yards after the catch. And it just surprises me every time, and it really shouldn't, because he's been doing it on a consistent basis. And the reason it surprises me is because there's so many corners that don't do that. And I'm like, this is the bar. This is what you're trying to get to. Bradbury was doing it all kinds of ways, and it's crazy to think how dangerous our corner set is at the moment. We could really do a lot of damage here and really put the pressure on some of these quarterbacks. But it's going to take a lot of effort. It's going to take a lot of discipline. It's going to take a lot of consistency.
Yep.
Hopefully next draft we do offensive line, linebacker,
Right.
Right. Safety.
Safety. We need safety.
Yep. We got to get rid of Sean Chandler.
You got any ideas, LD?
I do.
No.
Paulo Mayo, the cousin of Troy Polamalu.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yep. I was looking at him or Tyke Smith from Georgia.
Okay.
And I was scouting Tyke Smith during that Bama game recently. And he did pretty well. Unfortunately, Bama's just better.
Is Pepper's cousin still with the Browns?
I believe so, yes. Last I checked.
Yeah, that guy's playing.
Yeah, Jabril Peppers is a beast.
That guy, wow, you just don't want to see him on the field.
No, you don't. You really don't.
Man, I miss Julius Peppers, man.
I do too.
Yeah,
I do too.
I like him.
That brings me to the next question here. Is our pass rush enough to carry us to the playoffs?
That's a hard decision.
Yeah.
I go first.
Absolutely.
Okay. If we played like we did on to that how we played against Arizona,
Mm-hmm.
I still think we got a shot to win.
Right.
I do too.
But it's still shaky.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's been at least
We,
4 or 5
we
games where
can
I
do
just
it.
did not feel that the pass rush was enough.
I believe we can do it. Oh,
Okay, LD says he got it. He's saying he has faith in it.
yeah, I believe we can do it. I really do.
That's awesome. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so you're talking Brian Burns, you're talking
I
Morgan
like Brian
Fox.
Burns.
Morgan Fox hasn't really impressed me this year, to be real.
I kind of agree. I kind of agree with you.
I originally wanted Gross Matos in. You know,
Yep.
I'm okay with Daryl Johnson. He's made a few plays, but I mean, it's not been spectacular, not enough to be really noticed. And if you're not noticed as a defensive end, you're falling behind.
Yeah.
Point blank.
Yeah.
If you're not being put on highlight reels every week, nobody's going to pay any attention to you. You got to make yourself get known. And I there's some people saying that Spider Burns got overhyped a little bit. I disagree. I think he's done his job. Um,
I think Brian Burns is playing the best season right now a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Until the situation is the Patriots game that really ticked me off.
Okay.
Because Mac Jones should have been suspended.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
He
Dirty Patriots players.
he
What I
should have
tell
got
y'all
a
about
fine.
that?
Did he get fined?
I don't know. He should have.
I don't know. He should have.
Yeah.
He should have,
That's the least he should have gotten for that. I would have
because
suspended that man for a game.
he did that man dirty, man.
I mean,
Like,
that was just sickening.
I doubt it.
That was sickening.
That just irritates the beans out of me, man. Like,
This is what you get when you play New England. I'm telling you, this is what you get every time you play New England. You get dirty players, you get nonsense like that.
It seems like they get away with a little bit of everything.
Yep. All right, Zoom chat's about to die again, so I'll just have you guys reset.
Okay.
All right, let me just end it and then reset. Okay. We'll get to the defensive tackles in just 1 second, but I want to finish up talking about these defensive ends first, because this is important. We're in a situation where if we don't get enough of a pass rush against, say, the Saints, against, say, Matt Ryan, we're going to be sitting here with some trouble on our playoff run. And I really don't want to see that happen. So we're going to wait on these guys to get back in here. And then we'll continue this discussion with the defensive ends. So they're listing AJ Boye as our top corner right now. Stephon Gilmore on the other side. Melvin Henderson are our 4. And they're sitting Keith Taylor in 3rd string. I don't understand that. We'll get to that in a second, but I just kind of wanted to point that out on the depth chart. It caught my attention, and I don't like it. Thankfully, they decided to put Justin Burris at starting safety over Sean Chandler, which makes me happy, but we need Hartsfield over Chandler. That needs to happen. I don't like Melvin being in second string. I want Keith Taylor. Those are the moves you can make immediately in-house that can immediately help you in your playoff run on defense. So there's a few players that people are not sold on. There's Brady and Roy. There's like I said, Jermaine Carter. There's Phil Hoskins. People are not sold on him. There's a few players, but right now we want to focus on those defensive ends. That's what's going to be important. All right, we finally got LD back in, and just a second here, and come on, Zoom chat. There we go. All right, we got him back in. All right, sick. So, continue that discussion. Who were we discussing specifically? Was it?
Let's see.
We were talking about Brian Burns.
Yeah, Spider Burns and
Yeah. Now, there were at least 4 or 5 games where I was just not satisfied with the pass rush at all. I just did not feel like we were getting to these guys at all. And I was going, really? There's got to be something we can do. And when you talk about the pass rush, you have to include the defensive tackles in this mess too, because the run defense has not been getting it done either. They give us such high ratings for rush defense and this and this and that. And you're going, these ratings are garbage. This is not accurate. Y'all are just going by the PFF grades and the numbers. Watch the games. Then you'll get an actual accurate idea of what we're doing and how these players actually are handling these situations and where our rankings should be. I just don't understand it. I don't get it. So what can we do to improve the rush defense? You guys have any thoughts on that? Because we're talking about Derek Brown, we're talking about Brady and Roy, who's going to be starting probably Sunday. Where do we start
You're
there?
saying something about better the pass rush?
Oh, yeah. The pass rush for about 4 or 5 games was not getting it done, this year. I was not satisfied with it, and I said, well, these guys are adequate, but they're just not there yet. Maybe we should draft a pass rusher as well. I'd like to see that happen. So I put them in my mock draft. But right now, the run defense has not been great either. And when you look at the run defense, these ratings that they're giving us are not matching up at all to what we're actually doing on the field. They're going off PFF numbers and stats. So how can we improve the rush defense with Brady and Roy in this week?
Well, any answers?
Thank you.
My gypsy doesn't agree with this season. She seems very ticked off about how this season's going.
Join the club because the rest of us are too. You're not alone.
She walked away. I was, sometimes you gotta talk to your animals about sports,
I talk to my cat all the time. My cat joins me for games. I'm just like, can we score on this drive? Meow. Meow.
So what do you think, LD?
Oh man,
the kind of like what Corey was saying about pass rush and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I
Rush
don't know.
defense.
What's your thoughts on it?
My thoughts are that we got to start closing up these gaps. We got to start tackling better. I've rated us a little lower on tackling lately because of that reason. Taking that into account in the grading system. And yeah,
we need to get to the quarterback more.
Yeah, here's the thing. We've been using Jeremy Chin as kind of a
Right.
pass rush every once in a blue moon. We've been trying different things. So, and it's just not working.
Yeah.
I do feel like our defense coordinator Phil Snow is trying everything he can to get that to happen, but it's just not there. You know what I mean? So maybe we need another veteran pass rusher or to draft a very hungry new rookie, to try to push that balance. That's what I'm feeling right now. Because,
I agree.
Yeah, I do.
I'm not saying that what we have isn't great. I like Derek Brown. I like Phil Hoskins. I like Braven Roy.
But better.
I like Daquan Jones. I like them. But it's just not. It's we just haven't broken that glass ceiling. You know what I'm saying?
What you're trying to say, Corey, is better than what we have right now.
Right. Exactly. We just haven't broken that glass ceiling. It's there. We're so close. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got so many quarterback pressures this year. We've gotten a few sacks, but it's just, you think back to when we had Julius Peppers, when we had Charles Johnson, the Kraken, I mean, those numbers were way up. That's the type of stuff that we want. That's the bar we're trying to reach.
That's right.
And it's so hard to get there. And I felt like Alfie Obata was part of that. That was successful last year. That we could have leaned on him because he was getting more pass rushes than anybody on that entire crew at the time. And I was going, why aren't we keeping this man? If we have him plus who we have right now, Sparta Burns on the other side, watch that sack number go up. I promise you, because one of the two of them's going to get to him, and the other one's going to finish it.
Yeah.
And with Effie, at least you're pushing these guys out of the pocket and out of their comfort zone. Then it's just a matter of, okay, can you cut off the corners? Can you cut off any lanes that they're going to run, with the linebackers?
I guess we have to be...
And then like take away targets.
We got to be like the 2015 Panthers, but more stronger than Panthers. I'm talking about like to a point where we're hungry for a championship.
Right. Right.
Because
it's the mentality.
I'm tired of the media disrespecting
Oh my
I
God!
agree,
Don't get
man.
me started on
I'm
the
tired.
media.
I'm tired of that myself.
Don't even
Dude,
get me started on the media.
we did
We
we
don't
did
get
not
enough respect at all.
we don't get no respect.
No, we
None.
don't.
None. None at all.
And it makes me so angry.
See right there?
Honestly, I don't
Right,
care.
this one?
Yep. Yep.
I'm past the point of caring about whether we get respect or not. I just want to win.
But
Winning solves that problem.
you see this one, Corey?
Right. Zach,
Except it doesn't.
the thing is, if we win, are they still going to give us respect?
Exactly, LD. Exactly. Watch the 2015 season. Watch how much respect we got during that year. You think winning solves our problem? No, it doesn't. We still aren't going to get no respect because we're bucking the system. They don't like it when teams like,
Mm-hmm.
like say if we were the Detroit Lions and somehow we won the Super Bowl. You know, they don't like that. They don't like it when you go from last to first. The underdog stories. They hate that. It screws up their billionaire system. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
it's like if you're a new guy in a company and you come up with like the most advanced technology of that company and you make like $1 billion over it, more than the company's making, they don't like that. They don't like that at all.
Nope.
Oh, they will find every way to disrespect you.
Oh,
Every
yeah,
way.
definitely.
You know, and we're just talking strictly from business perspective here. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't got nothing to do with all that racially charged stuff. Nah. This is just strictly business. A person that is doing better than another person.
Yep.
We're not throwing any of that in here. None of it. This is just business versus business. And when this Panthers team bucks the system and we almost went undefeated. We were 7 points away from it, by the way. In case you guys haven't seen the records. Guess which team beat us? In the same week that we're battling them this week. Ironically enough. They ruined our chance at perfection. But anyway, I didn't even mad at that. I'm not even mad. Because look at what we were putting in there, man. We were bound to have a bad week at some point.
Right.
But you look at the disrespect we had that year. It was just absolutely putrid. The only love we got was probably from, what was it, NFL channel? I don't know. I had one back in 15. I had a subscription to Xbox Live, right? Because I was still fooling with the Xbox stuff, So I was getting updates and videos from like NFL news people and stuff like that. So I think it was NFL Network, but they were the only ones that actually showed us any respect. But when you go onto the national news channels like NBC, ABC, Fox, ESPN, they barely mentioned us for 30 seconds. They said, "Oh, we're still the Panthers are still undefeated. Cam Newton this and Cam Newton that," and then that's over.
That's true. That's true.
Where's the love for the wide receivers? Where's the love for the defense? Where's the love for the team as a general? Where's the love? I'm not feeling it here. We get all the way to the Super Bowl. There's all types of news coverage about all this stuff, and the only people that did it right was Fox. The only people that actually gave two flips about us and wanted to learn about who we were as a team, as a franchise, what made us tick was Fox. They wanted to know what the meaning behind keep pounding. They wanted to know how we got all these players. They wanted to know why we were winning so many games. They wanted to know what made us who we are. That's what I want to get back to. And in some ways, that was better than winning a Lombardi. Because look at all the countries that were paying attention to us that year. You got people from all the way out in Australia. Australia paid attention to this team.
Right.
You don't get that in 2021. That's what happens when you win. That's what happens when you buck the system. When you become the money ball team. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you know, you got people in Dominican Republic, you got people in all these different countries, man, all over the world. Japan, China. I mean, you name it, the country was paying attention to us. You know, that pays attention to sports at all. You know, and we were getting so much respect from them. I just emotionally I couldn't handle it. I couldn't process it all. I was just like, man, this is the dream right here. Because all these little kids that are just learning about football, you know, they get into these little youth leagues and stuff like that. This is the new generation of sports fans, you know, and sports players in general that wanted to be like our players. Our guys were role models. That's what we got to get back to, folks. Nobody wants to see Tom Brady and Gronk be a role model in the league. We've been seeing that. We've seen how these people act. Everybody on this Panthers team is humble. They're not egotistical. They just want to win. Plain and simple, they want to win. And that's the attitude that we want to teach these younger kids, you know? We want them to show these players to show these kids like a love for this game that we have. You know? That's where we got to get to. That's the bar. And it's about more than just a Lombardi, folks. It really is. A Lombardi is a great thing to have, you know, in your trophy case, but to be household names, to have our players and our management be household names and be known everywhere, that's way more important than Lombardi to me. I don't know about y'all. I mean, Lombardi's awesome. Don't get me wrong. I would love to have a parade in Charlotte. But, you know, that's what that 2015 year meant for me. Everybody's got a different interpretation of it, you know, but and I just gotta say, man, I'm so proud to be a part of that year. And that NFC championship plaque is going right in my office. Right where I can see it every day. So you know, you talk about respect, we got nothing that year.
Right.
It was sickening. It really was. But it made me realize we don't need respect. We just need to win. That's what we need. We need a winning mentality.
It'd be nice to surprise everybody and go to the and
Oh,
win.
it would be amazing if we could go this year, man.
I would with what we got, Lord. That would that surprise a lot of people. That would be great. It really would.
Oh, that's the ultimate Cinderella story right there.
That'll definitely make my day. That's for sure.
For us to come out of the woodwork, you know, after losing like how many games this year, and then come back and make the NFC Championship game. Ultimate Cinderella story. You know, granted, we don't have to win the Lombardi to get everybody's attention. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Right.
And this franchise as a whole, this fan base has been so hungry for a playoff win for so long. It almost makes it worth it, man, to lose out on a draft pick. It really does. To me.
Mm-hmm.
We're desperate to get a playoff win, to progress.
That'd be so good.
Oh my god. Like it for people like us, you know, it's like, okay, well, we're finally making some progress. You know, it's a sign of progress for this franchise. You know, I mean, yeah, you could still use those first 3 rounds, you know, on offensive linemen and build up your line. You could still get a safety. You could still get a linebacker in the draft with a little bit lower of a draft pick. To me, it's almost worth it. What do you think? You think it's worth it to you?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, definitely. I would love it.
How about you, Anthony? How you feel about that, bud?
What was the question again?
If we were to actually get a playoff win, wouldn't that be, you know, I'm almost tempted to go for that playoff win over losing a couple of draft picks. You know,
Yeah,
losing a couple of draft spots.
I mean, last time I think I was looking it up,
Mhm.
and I think it was yesterday, and it said if how our record is right now,
Mhm.
if depending on the situation, we would be back at that number 8 again.
Wow.
And I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Are you serious?
Yeah, I was looking it up, and it said if we lose all our games,
Uh-huh.
it
Top
said
10.
we'll go up to the top 10, being number 8 again. And I was like, "Wow,
Man.
how many times we're number 8?" Like,
Man. We were sitting at what, 7 last year? Yo. I think we would still be sitting in the top 15, and if we got the 3-2 record here coming out of December. But this
We're
would be
gonna
one
get
of the
it.
rare years that would actually happen. I think, you know, because the NFL is such a chaotic mess right now. You got every team beating the other team in the league. You know, it's like every team is beating another team this year, and that's rarely ever happened. It's weird. I saw that in like a post, and I was just like, nah, I don't believe that. You go back and you look at the schedules, and you're like, no kidding. Huh. I've never seen that before, ever. And I think, you know, top 15 pick, we can still get the linemen that we want. You know, we can still get the safety that we want, the linebackers that we want. You know, we just got to be careful with trading. You know, we could trade out of the first round and get a second and third. You know, trade a couple of players, get another second and third, and we're set up. You know, we just get our offensive lineman, we get our safety from Troy's cousin. You know, and a linebacker, maybe a pass rusher late in the draft would be nice. You know, experimental pass rusher. You know,
it'll be
we could do
7-5.
this. We could do this with a top 15 pick. All of this. If we make the right moves. And I think Scott Fitterer's got the backbone to do it.
I like Scott Fitter.
I do
I do
too.
too.
I think this dude is going to save our franchise. He is turning our franchise around.
He's
I
giving
really
us
do
hope.
believe that.
Definitely. I'm glad we got him.
Oh man, if any team was to get him, I'm so happy we did.
Exactly. Yeah, he knows
He's got
what he's
all of
doing.
the strengths of Dave Gettleman, plus none of the weaknesses. That's
For
what I'm
sure.
seeing right now. Plus, he's aggressive in the draft, which is what we need.
Yep.
He's a
Yep.
positional drafter. You know, that's beautiful. That's what I've been after for so long. This franchise has needed this for so long. I can't even count how many years. Look, actually, let me check the PFN site and see where we are right now. I just want to see where they have us listed. Number 9. They have us listed at 9. All right, so we know the Falcons are done. We know the Giants are done. So like I said, Saints are probably going to be our main competition getting in. I wouldn't rule out Washington.
I still think we could try to beat the Saints again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we got to win that game. We got to do the impossible and win in the Superdome. What do you think the chances are of that, based
I
on what
think
we've
we'll.
seen?
I think. Oh man. Maybe I see maybe like we play how we did the second game.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that it could be like a 31 to maybe 10.
Mm,
I'm going to say 28. 28's our ceiling with Cam Newton.
What do you think, LD?
I'm. Uh, I'm gonna say 24-13.
Okay. That sounds reasonable. Because I'm not sold.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sold on Cam's deep ball. You know, he threw one really good one, or a couple of really good ones, but, you know, I'm not 100% sold on it. He's got to prove it to
Agree.
me a little bit more. You know, and if he can do that, then I think we got a real solid shot. Because the Saints secondary is just awful. It's so bad. And this is a good game against the
Yeah.
Falcons to practice, you know, and see where his deep ball really is.
But he got to really do the deep passing,
Right.
the deep routes. He has to make those targets to the receiver, not to the defensive. And that's the one thing that Cam kind of
Struggles
does
with.
sometimes.
Yeah.
And he just throws it to the next, like, I'm sorry to say it, you know, but sometimes
You're right.
what is it? Cam like colorblind or something? Like,
say what you gotta say, man.
I mean, I'm sorry, but
say what you gotta say. It's open
is
mic,
he
man.
colorblind? You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Like you're not wrong.
Are you actually want to be on this team, or do you actually want to pass it? He really wants to be on the other team. Or he wants to be on the other
team. Yeah. Speak your truth, man. You're not lying. There's some times where you just really wonder.
Gotta be honest.
You know, and that deep ball, man, I'm just not sold on it. I'm with y'all. I need to see it. And the Falcons corners are talented enough to test him, you know, and properly give him the proper test. So, you know, we'll know for sure after this one.
I was gonna tell you, LD. I know back in the days, when Frank White was playing back in 1995.
Yeah.
That's how long, man.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
And then we had Steve Berline.
Yes, sir. That big that big Steve Berline. Hey. Corey McKinney says, I hate having 17 regular season games because it's weird. We're so used to 16 games. Then again, it's one extra game, and you get a more clear cut picture of who rightfully deserves their draft spot. Yeah, true. True. He's not wrong. You know, I felt the same way when they started adding that 18th game, and I was just like, man, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. Because there's more chances of these players getting hurt. There's you do get an opportunity if you're a team like us, that's sitting just outside of the zone, of the playoffs, and it gives us an opportunity to get in.
Can I put my opinion on it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel that they should just do my opinion that they should do 2 preseasons.
2 preseason games. All right. That's what I was going to allude to next is a lot of these people don't understand the purpose of preseason. They don't get why we have these games. It's not just to make money. It's because these teams are trying to narrow down a 90-man roster down to a 53.
Yes.
Yeah, and during COVID years, it's probably 57, right?
Right.
But that's the goal. They're not coming there to make money. They're not coming there to entertain. Well, they are coming down there to entertain you. It's football, but still, they're trying to narrow it down to a 53-man roster. They're not worried about how many fans they put in the stadium. They're not worried about how much money they're making. They shouldn't be. The point is the best 53-man roster you could put together. And so when I see that get cut down to 2, I'm going, uh-oh. Because these coaches are put under the fire. They got to make all these decisions split second, during the weeks. Where they would normally have more time to study the tapes, where they would normally have more time to watch these players during practices, drills, OTAs, training camp, and it shortens that time span. And I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Yeah, give these teams an extra chance at a playoff spot for sure, but don't take away from the preseason. I mean, that defeats the purpose. You're basically working against yourselves when you do that as a league. That's my take on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I preached about this a long time ago too, and I was just like, really? Why are y'all doing this? It just makes no sense to me. There's way more negatives than there are positives. And also, how many wild card teams have you ever seen win the Super Bowl? I don't think there's ever been one in the history of the league, as far as I know. Y'all can correct me on that, but I don't think there ever was one.
I'm gonna have to do my research about that.
Yeah, I don't think there ever was one.
think
That's what I'm hearing from people. So I don't like that. It works against the goals of the league. And it gets your players hurt, and it's not good. He also said the Saints game is weird because the first time we beat them, it was with Sam, not Cam. Yeah, true. Oh, plus those names rhyme, by the way. Weird coincidence, but yeah.
Well, Well, that's because Sam Darnold actually did okay, but
Yeah. I felt like he did all right too. I'm not gonna, because at the time we were running with a pretty good offensive playbook and we had goals to accomplish, at the time, and then we lost our identity at the Eagles game. We lost
yeah,
everything during that Eagles
that
game.
crushed me.
I told y'all that was a trap game. I told y'all. I warned y'all way before that game ever happened that was a trap game. And this team did not listen. So, all right, we're back to square one again. We got to figure out who we are. And Corey McKinney says, I hate the idea of cutting preseason games, bring it back to 4. I agree. But the clear-cut starters shouldn't play a snap. I agree with that too. I'll amend that to let some of these starters play the 4th game, but only up until halftime. Let them get some snaps in, let them get some game time in, so they can get, some live action under their belt before they start the regular season. If you feel like they're ready, if you feel like they're not ready, throw them in during the 3rd game. If you got any doubts, on your clear-cut starters, but at this point you shouldn't. You should be starting all of them just only on the first half of the 4th game. And then that's it. Cut them off right there. No more playtime because you don't want to risk injuries. You don't want to risk any plays being put out there that we're running that we shouldn't be running until regular season. None of that. So I feel like that's the game plan I would bring, for preseason. And use the rest of that time just to siphon out who's going to be the best 53-man roster we could bring out to regular season. And I've said this before. That last week of preseason, there's going to be at least 2 players cut every preseason in that last week. That's going to piss some people off.
Yep.
It's just going to happen. If it doesn't happen then, it happened already. Way before that they ever had training camp. And for me, it was Effie Obata. That one pissed me off. Matter of fact, I'm still salty about that one. Why do you think I still got this jersey on? Wake up, Panthers management. This is a reminder. Be careful who you cut. Every time I wear this jersey on the stream, I'm trying to remind management of that. Because they just don't seem to get it. So, on that note, we're playing Mike Davis, who was our former running back, this Sunday. We're playing against him. Oh, Lordy. When are they going to stop doing this? Seriously? When? Don't move these people without some value in return. We need draft picks. We need draft picks. If we decide to move CMC, we need draft picks. Don't settle for there's this average player. No, we need draft picks. I want at least a 6th in every trade that we make from here on. I'm done settling. I'm done sitting on all of these opportunities that we could have had to get draft picks and get better players. Now I got Corey McKinney here in my chat that's giving us ideas, on who to draft and where, and what positions we may need help in. But, main thing is we can't do anything without those picks. We don't have a second round pick. We don't have a third round pick anymore. We need to get those back. And as I said before, trade CJ and AJ in a package. Get a high round pick, maybe a third or fourth. Trade Sam Darnold and Robbie Anderson in a package. Get a pick. Whoever we're going to get rid of this year that's got some talent at all in their little finger. Trade them for a pick. Don't just cut them. We've watched this for way too long. Zoom chat just died, so I'm going to restart that. Hold on just a minute. Legits. Yeah, they want me to upgrade to Pro. I ain't gonna do it. Go. That should do it. All right. We can run all the mock drafts that we want to run. The main point is if we don't get enough picks, we're in trouble. We're not going to get the players we need. And that's the whole reason Scott Fitterer traded down as many times as he did in that last draft. He didn't do it just because, this player wasn't available or this player, such and such a reason. He did it because he knew. He understands, like we do, that draft picks are everything. The number of picks is everything in a draft. He gets it. He gets how to do this. He's a step ahead of everybody, folks. Even Gettleman. And that's hard to do. So, respect to him. We did 3 trade downs? But look how many players we got in positions that we needed. Look at this defense now. You think he would have acquired those players if he had just stayed in those rounds and just gotten one player? It's just like one player every round, We hope we get the right players. Come on. No. This man gets how to do this. We finally got a man that understands this draft. I'm so proud. I'm so thankful for Scott Fitterer. You have no idea. It just changes the entire landscape of how we approach things as a franchise. So just to illustrate what we actually did last draft, I just want to illustrate this real quick by kind of taking you through some of these trade downs. I'm going to do that in transactions, I think. Because this is a first look at what you're going to see from every draft from Scott Fitterer from here on. He's not just going to settle. Okay. Let's see. Okay. All right, so just to paraphrase and give you an idea of how Scott Fitterer drafts, this is what we're going to be looking at from here on. The fact that he traded out of the second round and the third round to pick up who he did. You know, we drafted Terrence Marshall Jr. in the second round. How do you think we got Terrence Marshall Jr.? We had to trade down for him. We got picks for it. You know, how do you think we got Brady Christensen in the third round? We traded down. And we got Brady Christensen. You know, all these guys that we got on this defense this year, we got by trading down. We wouldn't have half these guys if he didn't do that. It's the number of picks. It's 1,000% the number of picks. That's how you get ahead of the game. And my method of drafting gets you even further ahead of the game. Because it ensures that you get the people that are on your radar. You might miss one player, maybe, if you follow my method. But these guys will fall to you if you do your proper research and you do your homework and you understand what these teams need versus your own needs. It's a bigger picture than what you just need. So, all right, so I'm looking at these projections right here. Let's start with offensive tackle. Say we're starting with an offensive tackle here, right? And you're looking at Wanya Morris is set at 189, right? Think about first, what teams might need an offensive tackle besides us? How many teams? That's how many possibilities of him getting drafted by them. Second thing you want to take into account is that's not going to be his actual projected number on draft day. I can guarantee you that. None of these numbers are. So you got to think way higher. You got to think at least like 30 or 40 spots higher than where they're projecting him at. On NFL draft day, you're thinking probably 20. That ensures that you get the person that is on your radar before these teams get a shot at him. And if you trade down wisely enough, you can grab these guys way before any of these other teams even think about going after them. Because at the time when you make that trade, they're thinking about, well, we got a choice between 4 or 5 different players at this round and stage. You know, these are the guys that are available. No, we've already made our choice. That's how you know that you're going to get your guy. And it starts after round 2. Round 1's going to get complicated because a lot of crazy stuff can happen. You saw it last year. You saw it with Dave Gettleman on his picks, you know. So it's not that simple in the first round. But second round on, use that system, and I guarantee you, you get your guys.
Hey, Corey.
Yeah.
So I was just looking a few minutes ago, and it says that Russell Wilson is going to be a free agent next season, and he wants to be out of Seattle. And there's 3 teams that he's looking at: New York Giants, New Orleans Saints, and there was another one I'm trying to remember. But wouldn't it be funny and interesting at the same time if we end up picking him?
All right. Here's the deal.
What's your thoughts on that?
Here's the deal. I think that third team is probably going to be either the Texans or most likely a team that can run his system.
Okay.
Texans are the most likely to be that third team. They just don't want to be that vocal about it.
Okay.
Here's the
But
thing:
wouldn't
he's
that be?
expensive. He's expensive, and I don't
Yeah.
think we can shoulder that load right now in cap. Maybe down the road when Cam retires, yeah, I'm down for it, but not right now. Um, yeah, I think if we go away from Cam Newton, the fan base loses their mind. There's just no way. We cut this man twice? Don't see it. These fans will go ballistic. They will sell their seats. Dude, it'll be a madhouse. Don't do it.
But wouldn't it be
We
funny
can't shoulder
if he
both
is
of them
actually?
on this cap. There's just no way.
Yeah.
And third of all, if I was John Elway, and John Elway loves these star quarterbacks, you know what I mean? He loves these big time quarterbacks. So if I was John Elway, I'd be interested in acquiring him. Because you know the Broncos got some money.
Yeah.
You know, there's no way they don't after going through a couple of rough seasons and, you know, paying some people, but they got some money. If I was John, I'd be right in the race to pick this man up. It's not going to be cheap for you, but he'll win games. There's no doubt. You give him a line, he will win games.
You know what's the funny thing about it though, Corey?
Mm-hmm.
Is sometimes when we do beat the Seahawks, it's great, but
Yeah.
they're a very big challenge when it comes to Russell Wilson.
Oh boy,
We
it's like
have
playing Cam Newton. It really is.
it's a field day, man. Like
Oh man. And
that's what I'm
here's the
saying.
reason why we had so much success against him back in 14 and 15. It's because we had Cam Newton in his prime that runs the same way he does. He plays the same exact style as Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Same arms, same rushing ability, same everything. So we've already been practicing against Cam Newton in practices, so we already know what to expect from Russell Wilson. You know, it was like a mirror image at the time.
Yeah.
So that's why we had success against that. The newer team that we have now has not played against Cam Newton yet or practiced against him really that many times. So if we were to play Seattle right now, Russell Wilson would run circles around our defense because they're not prepared for that. You know, they got to figure out where do we put the QB spy, where do we put this linebacker, where do we put, you know, this, that, and the other. You got to figure out coverages against this dude. It's a mess.
I love to see Russell Wilson in a Panther uniform though.
Oh, that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
The new franchise quarterback, Russell Wilson.
Oh my god. It would sell jerseys. I'll sell you that. If you are really that committed to cutting Cam Newton, then yeah, Russell Wilson's your guy. If you got the cap room. But we don't. Number one, we don't have the cap room. Number two, we're not getting away from Cam Newton again. Not happening. Of course, I said, you know, we're not going to rehire Cam Newton earlier on in the season, and it happened. So, this is a weird year. You know, at this point, this management's capable of doing anything. So,
Yep.
plus we really don't know what Jeff Nixon's style of offense is. We don't know what his playbook looks like yet. You know, until we know what type of offense he wants to run, we can't really make a decision at quarterback.
Right.
But still, I would like to see us go after Joe Webb because we already have two quarterbacks that have the same style of offense. It just makes sense to me. And with Joe Webb, it would be 3. And we'd be set for a while. So I see an opportunity to progress at quarterback there.
Joe Webb.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on him? He's on
I
the
like
free
it.
agent list right now, and he's cheap.
Yeah, I
Toss
like
Matt
it.
Barkley and get him.
Where did Barkley come from?
That's what I'd like to know. I don't know, somewhere out in Neverland. Somewhere out in Wizard of Oz land. Golly. Where do you get these people from? I'm telling you. 11 touchdowns and 22 picks. Jeez.
Okay.
I don't get it, man.
I like the Joe Webb.
I do too. I liked what I saw from him while he was in Carolina. It makes sense to me why we would want to bring him in at this particular time. Even without knowing what Jeff Nixon's playbook is, it just makes sense.
Yeah. It's just like how you and I were on the same page.
I want Cam Turner back in here, man.
What was it? We were on the same page about Will Grier.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I thought Will Grier was a good backup, man. He was a solid backup.
Yeah.
And I wasn't ready to give up on PJ, and I was right. PJ started throwing some darts in the last couple of games that he was in. I was like, okay, I was like,
yeah, that was impressive.
Yeah, somehow that will fix itself. I figured that would happen.
Did he turn on the light?
I don't know, man. I don't know who worked with him. My theory is that when Cam came in, he immediately started working with him on the second day, and he started throwing better passes. In like 30-minute session, he was like, okay, I know exactly what your problem is. Let me show you. Move your arm this way. Zip, 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 zip. And it's just like, oh my God. Yeah. It's like I was not able to do that all year. What did you just teach me?
Yeah, I totally saw a different PJ Walker.
Yeah, I was like, what in the world did you do to him? I was like, I want to know because I was watching this man in training camp the entire time, and I was just like, this man is not doing what he's supposed to be doing. There's something off. There's just something off about him. And the good throws looked exactly like the bad throws, and I was like, I don't get it. All of a sudden, Cam comes in, second day in, first game back. Once you start PJ Walker with Cam Newton, and PJ just starts throwing darts, and I'm just like, oh my God. It's like, did the aliens come and abduct PJ and bring him back as an all-star quarterback? That's what I want to know. Like, what?
They both were having fun.
I don't get it, man. Dude, it looked like some of those throws were even better than 19 and 20. I'm telling you. I was like, what did you do? I was like, can you coach all of these quarterbacks this way? It's like Cam Turner when he started working with Bortles, and it's just like all of a sudden in 1 year he becomes a Pro Bowl quarterback. It's like, what? It's like, how?
Yeah, I remember that.
Now you see why I want this man back in Carolina, man. We need him. Y'all should have gave him a call immediately, right after we fired Joe. I mean, not even 5 seconds after you walked out of Joe Brady's office. Be like, yep, Cam Turner, I want you to come back to Carolina. You got a bad deal when Ron fired you. I want you back, man. We need you back. We gotta have you back here, man. You will revolutionize this offense. It don't matter who we got at OC. You can be the OC. I don't care. We just want you back. And watch what happens.
I don't see Washington going further though.
Oh man. Man, we're sleeping on Cam Turner. I'm telling you. We're sleeping on him. How long has that man been a quarterback's coach? That resume is through the roof. We'd be incredibly stupid not to go after him. In fact, I'm surprised Ron Rivera hasn't done so yet. I don't know why. I know somebody's gonna say something about that. Ron Rivera, blah 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 blah. You know, they're going into an entire tirade about Ron Rivera. You know, but
I'm glad Ron Rivera's gone.
Man. Yo, LD, come on, man. You can hop back in. That's cool. It's all good, bro. Yeah. There it is. We ain't done with this stream yet. We still going strong. It's to keep Pound Crew strong, man. Yo.
Corey's having a party.
Absolutely. It's a party up in here. Hey, y'all grab your drinks, man. Cheers to Joe Brady being gone. Ho, ho, ho.
Sweet Caroline.
Bum, bum, bum. Exactly, man. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So good. So good.
Right? Man, I would have made a video, but I was just too busy this week. I was all up in Big Cat stream, though. I was partying up in there with him.
Nice.
Bet. Hey. Yeah, that's weird, man. You're not letting them in. Zoom chat's not letting LD in. Come on, man. Come on, Zoom. Don't do this to my man. We've been having tech issues all night, though. It ain't no big deal, though. Party goes on. Party goes on. We're going hard.
Party hardy.
To the early morn. Yo. Hey, man. So, we're sitting here in ninth draft position. I say we stay in the top 15, even if we go 3-2. I think it's there. What do you think?
There's LD.
There we go. It's good, man. Welcome back in. You're not bothering us.
Indeed.
This stream's partying all night. We're going all night, bro. Yo. Free at last, free at last. They got our money. We free at last to Joe Brady.
Thank God we're free at last.
Woo! Jeff Nixon is the Superman that has saved this franchise. Oh, man.
Yeah, Nixon's going to do it. He's going to finish it out.
I believe so, too. Yo, man. Can you believe we might actually have a top 15 draft pick? if we settle for 3-2 in the last month. How wild is that?
Yeah, it is.
Everything that we need, we can get with a number 15 pick and above. Everything. It's there. It's absolutely there. There was somebody saying in a different stream that we may end up with another first rounder if we trade down in the first round. I mean, maybe. It depends on who you trade to.
Something to do with it.
Yeah. And Scott is such a genius when it comes to this draft, man. Like, the whole goal is picks. The whole goal is picks. So, we're gonna run these simulation real quick, and we're gonna start with this week. With the bye week being what it was, and we're gonna see if there is a chance of us getting in. All right, so we're plugging in all the wins and losses and stuff like that. So the ones that matter are, of course, the Washington and Raiders game. Washington beats the Raiders barely. But if the Raiders had won that game, we would have 7th seed. We'd be sitting there 8-9 with a 7th seed right now. At the end of the year. Do y'all see how crucial these little games are right here? This is huge. That's just in bye week. All right. This is assuming we beat the Falcons. We take care of our business. And frankly, that Bills and Bucks game doesn't matter that much. It matters if you try for the division, for the division lead. But, if you're just trying for wild card, Bills probably beat the Bucks, right? We got a shot there. We can say that in week 14. Have they already played yet or no? Not yet. I don't believe. I'm looking. I think that's this week's game, right? Bills and Bucks.
It's Thursday night football.
Oh wow.
Uh-oh.
Oh wow. Nah, Thursday night game is Minnesota and Pittsburgh. Minnesota's up 26-0 over Pittsburgh. That's expected. Come on. Yep.
What?
Yep, they're up on them in the third quarter right now.
Score?
9 minutes to go in the third.
What's the score?
26-0.
Holy smack.
Yeah, I told y'all, don't underestimate the Vikings. Everybody underestimates the Vikings. Don't do it, man.
Vikings are beating
Purple team is winning.
All right, yeah. Tampa Bay is playing Buffalo at 4:30 in the afternoon.
My wife says the purple team's winning.
Oh my god. Oh wow. All right, so yeah, the game we're all paying attention to here for the division lead chance is Buffalo and Tampa Bay. They're playing at 4:30.
Tampon days. The tampon days.
Tampon bays.
Tom Brady's gonna need one after that game.
Tampon bays. That was a good one.
Oh my gosh! Wow, that was a good one.
Yeah, that was.
I haven't heard that one before.
Tampon bays.
That's what I'm gonna start calling them now. Oh my. All right, yeah. So if Buffalo does win that game, though, that does open up the door for a chance for the division, which is possible, as a matter of fact. Tampa Bay only scored 19 points last week, so it's there. I wouldn't underestimate Tampa though, but it's there. No, Tampa. Let's see. I'm looking for Tampa
Oh, it's
actually.
called the tampons. The tampon bleeding ears.
Oh, I got another name for him. I ain't gonna say it on stream. That I just came up with, but I might get in trouble for that one. Tampa actually beat Atlanta 30-17. So I mean, this Tampa team has been struggling to score enough points to really intimidate anybody. If you look at the first halves of these games, it's not been that impressive. Unless you're talking the Atlanta game, they got 13 points in the first quarter and then 7 in the second quarter. And then it kind of tapered off. But overall, you go back to the Colts almost beat them actually the week before. But they got no points in the first quarter against the Colts. And this furthers my point a little bit here. I'm going to keep going. Because I think there's a lot to look at here. Giants game, they only put up 10 points in the first quarter. Hold up. Yeah. 10 points in the second quarter, 7 in the first quarter. So again, not that exciting. Yeah, Tom's off to some slow starts. So there's an opening for the Bills, if they want to take it. And there's an opening for us if we want to take it. Hopefully by then we have our offense developed. I wouldn't bet on it, but there's a chance.
It would be fun. You know what would be funny, guys?
Yeah.
If it was Buffalo Bills and the Carolina Panthers in a Super Bowl.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking might happen. Our last opponent would be the Rams.
Okay.
To get between the NFC Championship and the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I was thinking about that because the Rams are a playoff contender, so that makes it to a point. That would make it to a point if we did play a game, we would have to beat the Rams to head to the Super Bowl, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do
I'm
you
already
think-
way
what do
ahead
you
of you
think?
here. I'm looking at the schedule for the Rams.
I
What
would
do you-
say.
What would you think, LD?
Yeah, I think we'd have to go through the Rams. I think we can beat them though. I got that much faith in our boys.
Yeah.
Here's the
I do.
interesting thing. Arizona is now leading the division in the West. 10-2.
Okay.
And the Rams are 8-4.
Okay.
They get it together. I believe we can beat them.
They also went on a 3-game losing streak to the Titans, the Niners, and the Packers before finally getting themselves together against the Jags, 37-7.
That would have been shocking if the Jaguars actually beated them.
It wouldn't happen.
That would be. That'd definitely be shocking there.
The Jaguars and the Lions are the two most consistent, horrible teams this year.
Yes.
Yeah, no question about it. Urban
what's
Meyer
next?
didn't help him. Trevor Lawrence didn't help him. I think once Trevor gets Etienne back in there, then that might make a difference. They may want to build around that. You know. They'll probably overuse Etienne just like we're overusing CMC. That's my prediction there. That would not be fun. But give Urban Meyer his due respect, man. He actually went after Clemson players in the first round. I didn't expect him to do that. I expected him to go alma mater, Ohio State people. You know, because he's most familiar with those people and he's already coached them for 2 or 3 years.
We need to get some Tar Heel players.
How much of a history have we had with North Carolina players, Tar Heel players?
At least when they're more West Virginians too.
Anthony Rochelle, that's more of a question directed to you. How much success have we had with North Carolina Tar Heel players so far? Because, you know, I would like to know that as far as trying to draft. And, yeah, we've had a history with South Carolina Gamecocks players. We've had a history with a few other types of schools that have been here and have made a difference for us. But the North Carolina Tar Heels players, I haven't really noticed much. You go down the rosters, you know, and you see them and you just go, well, I don't know, man. So that's kind of what I wanted to ask about. And kind of getting back to the Rams while he's going to prepare to answer that question. The Rams have actually beaten the Texans 38-22. They beat the Lions. They beat the Giants. You know, nothing exciting there. They beat the Seahawks. That's interesting. 26-17. Lost to the Cards. Lost to the Bucks by 10.
Wow.
No, they actually beat the Bucks by 10. That's right. They beat the Bucks by 10. That is a significant win for them. They beat the Colts. And they beat the Bears. So, I mean, this is a very, very interesting and temperamental Rams team here. And thus far, they've got the Cardinals, they've got the Seahawks, Vikings, Ravens, and Niners left on their season. And if I had to predict right now, I'd say the Cards get one back. They split with the Cards. Seahawks have been playing well lately, so that might be a win for the Seahawks as well. over them. Rams recover against the Vikings. They play a tough game against the Ravens, probably win. And take a dive against the Niners, who have a better than average defense that's been surprising people. You know, there's a reason they're 6-6. So I don't know how all that's going to play out. It's kind of a wishy-washy season, you know, for everybody. It's one of those interesting years. But like I said, had Oakland beat Washington last week, we'd have that 7th seed. But right as it stands right now, they're sitting in that 7th seed. Now, Saints play the Jets. That's an easy win for them. Seahawks play the Texans this week. That's an easy win for them. So, like I said, the game I'm concerned with watching this week is the Bills and Tampa Bay.
That'll be a good game too,
Yeah.
probably.
That's the one that's going to directly affect us. The other game I'm watching besides ours is Dallas and Washington.
Yep.
I haven't seen any updates on us drafting Tar Heel players. So
Okay.
So yeah, I did
I was
my
gonna
research.
say I don't think we drafted any.
Yeah, but it would be cool.
There were a couple of them on our radar for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Okay, so this Cowboys and Washington game here this week.
Cowboys and Washington.
Yeah, a win for Washington over the Cowboys would put Washington in that driver's seat of the 7th seed for sure. So we got to root for the Cowboys if we want a shot at that 7th seed. We're sitting at 8 currently.
I think the Cowboys would win that game for sure.
I think so too, but don't underestimate Ron Rivera's crew. You know, after all, they did beat the Raiders last week.
Ron Rivera is a sneak.
Oh, yeah. He's a much better coach than people think he is, but, you know, there was a lot of nuances that pissed me off about him, but, you know, it is what it is.
What do you think? What do you think, LD? Cowboys beating Washington?
It's a 50-50 toss-up for me.
I call it a 50-50. I don't know about that. Because Washington's...
Makes sense.
Yeah. It's a confusing one. It really is. It could go either way. I mean, Washington is one of those teams that could sneak up on everybody.
I think Tampa Bay and Bills would be a good game too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for a Super Bowl?
No, just when they play.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think it'd be a good game.
Bills have the edge.
We're going to the Super Bowl. I just don't know who we're going to meet yet.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a 5% chance it could happen. I mean, you got to get through all these teams first.
Hey, I would love it, though. I would.
Yeah. You got to get through all these teams with the line that we have right now. And, I mean, we are seriously gambling. We are rolling the Vegas dice on this one.
Yeah, I agree.
To get there.
As long as you don't become Raider fans.
Right. Eventually, the house is going to win. It's just a matter of when.
That's what I want for Christmas. Panthers win a Super Bowl.
Oh, my God.
There you go.
Yeah. That's the attitude. The question is how we get there.
I'm on LD's side on that.
Yep. We all are. I mean, just making it to the Super Bowl would make a major difference, you know?
Right.
But we got to get there. So that's what I'm wondering, man. I don't know how that Washington and Dallas game is going to end up. That's going to be the big one.
Mm-hmm.
If Dallas wins, Washington sits at 8-9, finishing the season, due to my projections. And Dallas ends up 14-3.
Okay.
All right, so let's assume Dallas wins that game. Washington is still sitting in 7th seed right now. We're still sitting in 8th because Washington has beat us already. Now, here's what we need to happen. We're going into week 15. And let's assume the Bills beat the Bucks, which will happen. All right, so week 15, we lose to the Bills. I mean, that's, a given. There's no way we're beating Buffalo. Washington plays Philadelphia. And what a Philadelphia upset does in week 15 is that it puts them in 7th seed. And Washington in 10th seed. 10th spot. So the Eagles, again, are still ahead of us because they beat us. Now people are starting to understand why these little games early on matter. These little trap games.
Yep.
And you got to handle your business early on. Otherwise, you're going to be sitting in this spot wondering if you get a playoff spot or not. You got to hope a lot of different things happen. All right, so at this point, a Tampa Bay win over the Saints would put the Saints at 7-10, which puts them below us.
Yes. I like that.
That could happen. A Saints win over the Bucks puts the Saints into a tie for second place with us, which is bad. All right, so we need the Bucks to win in week 15. That's what we need right there. Shout out to Boyd on Facebook. What's up, man? But moving on, I think the Niners beat the Falcons. That knocks the Falcons out. They're 6-11. Cowboys will do the work for us against the Giants. The Giants will be out.
Yep.
Which brings me back to that Washington game against the Eagles. It's still going to be whichever one wins, they're still ahead of us. That's still bad either way. I don't like it. See, if we had taken care of business, we wouldn't be in this position. It's ridiculous.
Right.
All right, so going on to week 16, you got the Dolphins beating the Saints. I can see that happening.
Yep.
Close game, but I can see it happening. Saints will fight back. Trust me, they will. Now, here's an interesting scenario. If the Giants beat the Eagles, that knocks the Eagles out. It knocks the Eagles to last place. To make sure they stay there. And it effectively puts the Giants back in the hunt, but still ahead of us. So if the Eagles beat the Giants in week 16 here, both of these teams sit at 7-10 below us. So we need to root for the Eagles in week 16. And Dallas plays Washington again in Week 16. I see Dallas winning that game. Second time around, whichever one wins the first time around will not be winning the second time around. That I can tell you. That game has been wishy-washy ever since it started with Ron Rivera. But let's assume we beat the Bucks. We're still sitting in that 8th spot. Uh-oh. That's not good. That's not good at all. So what in the world happens then? All right, well, at this point, the Titans would beat the Niners and the Niners would be out, right? But if the Niners win that game, they're sitting at 8 and 9 just below us because they haven't played us. Therefore, they're below us. But I'd still like to see a Titans win over the Niners anyway, just to knock them out.
I see that happening.
Yeah, me too. Week 17, the final week. Before everybody, all the starters get taken out in week 18. But week 17, this is where we play the Saints. And we better doggone win that game if we want even a halfway of a shot.
Yeah, I hope we do.
All right, so again, you got the Eagles and Washington playing each other in week 17. Both of them have beat us. Either one could screw us over and out of a 7th seed.
Yep.
All right, so we got the Bucks beating the Jets. That's going to happen. We're not even talking about the Falcons anymore. They're out. Giants beat the Bears. That'll happen. And Giants still sit at 7 and 10. Green Bay plays the Vikings that same week.
Ooh, that'd be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing: neither one. That game does not affect us.
Okay.
They both won enough games that it does not affect us at all.
The Purples.
Yep, the Purples already have the 6th seed. They already have the 6th seed. They got it. Y'all laugh it up, but they beat us in overtime.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's why they got 6th seed. See why that game matters now, folks? Come on now. We failed to take care of our business, and now we're sitting here waiting on everybody else to try to help us out. And it ain't happening. Nobody wants to help us out.
Nope.
Nobody. If the Saints beat us in week 17, they get a playoff spot. If we beat the Saints at that point, we're still out. We're still out.
At least we tried, though.
Yeah.
Oh, God, man.
I think we'll beat them up.
I'm with LD with it. I'm with LD for that.
Mm-hmm. I think we will, too.
I do.
All right. So, what if we manage to beat the Bucks in week 18? We get the division lead in a 4th seed.
That'd be wow. Now, I'd be excited, then.
We need a sweep against the Buccaneers to make that happen. And that game is in Tampa.
So,
That'd be sweet.
Can we do it?
so would that make us a wild card?
No, that would make us the division leader.
That would make us to win the division.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
we sweep the Buccaneers.
That would be cool.
So that would make us 2021
NFC South
NFC South
champions.
champs.
Yep. I don't see it happening. I'm going to be real with y'all. I don't see it happening.
Yeah.
Freeze.
Okay. So, Cowboys and Eagles games, they still said it's 7. But, Eagles end up at 8 and 9 if they beat the Cowboys. I don't see it happening. Washington probably beats the Giants, and they take that 7th seed. But you can never count out the Giants.
I don't see Washington going further, though.
I don't either.
What do you think, LD?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Rams beat the Niners. Cards beat the Seahawks. With the limited
But
group
like
of
you
people
say,
they have.
Anything's possible.
Yeah.
None of these games affect us. So, I mean, that's where we're sitting at.
Just like the Carolina to Tampa Bay.
I apologize, folks. The Zoom chat kicked again. I thought I had more time on it. My bad, guys. There we go. Boom. All right. And while I wait on them to come back in, you can see on the YouTube screen. You won't be able to see it on Facebook, but you can see it on the YouTube screen. This is what we're dealing with, folks. It's scary. It's real scary. Those trap games made all the difference in the world. Now, I'm going to go back and I'm going to show you what would have happened. There we go. We got Anthony back in. Sorry about that, man. Zoom chat's just being the way it is right now. I don't know. It just keeps putting me on a time limit on there. I don't like it. You got to upgrade to Pro or something to make sure you got enough time on there. So dumb. Anyway, we'll get LD back in here in a second. But what I wanted to do was kind of go back to when we played Washington and change that to a win, see what happens there. See, if we beat Washington, we'd be sitting in the 7th seed right now.
Wow.
If we beat Washington, we'd be sitting in 7th seed right now. God, it hurts. We wouldn't have to rely on anybody else. It would just be there.
Man, we should have beat Washington.
Oh, God. Why do y'all think I put the stream title as I did for that one? Y'all thought I was joking when I said the season's over when we lost to Washington. Y'all thought I was joking. Go through the playoff predictions yourself. You can go on this website. It's playoffpredictors.com. Go do it yourself. I'm showing it on stream right now for people. Oh, man. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts in the worst way. Imagine if we got that win against the Giants, too. Let me just add on that win against the Giants. I want to show you all this. This is going to blow your minds. Imagine we could be tied up for the division lead right now at the end of the year, 10-7. And guess who's won more division games out of the two of them by the end of the year? We have 5-1. But guess who gets first place? Us.
There you go.
What did I say our ceiling was at the beginning of the year? 10 wins. Look at this prediction right here. If only we had beat the Giants and we had beat Washington, we'd be sitting at 10 wins. That's even if we lose both of the trap games. That's even if we can't beat the Vikings and the Eagles. If we split with one of them, we're at 11 games. Okay, let's assume we won that game in overtime against the Vikes, right? 11 wins and the division lead to ourselves at the end of the year.
NFC South champions.
Yeah.
That's if we had taken care of our business early on. We had beaten the Vikings, we had beaten the Giants, and we had beaten Washington. 3 teams we should have won against.
That's just hurt.
How frustrated are y'all right now? How salty are y'all right now?
Like I need a drink.
How about French fries?
Hey, man.
I got some Jack. I got some Jack.
That's gonna make me want some glass of wine.
Yeah.
Somebody trying to call somebody? Oh, no. That's mine. All right. Resuming the stream. There we go. I was wondering why that didn't pop up on my screen. I was like, what the heck?
So
I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Forgot what I was gonna say.
I was gonna message him. Let me let him know.
I don't know why mine keeps cutting out.
There we go. But yeah, if we had won those games that we were supposed to win, that's 11 wins, folks.
Yes.
That's better than our ceiling. And they were very winnable games, too. That's what's the most frustrating part about this is. Oh, God.
Makes you want to stick your head in the freezer.
Exactly. Exactly, bro. What did I tell y'all? We should have fired Joe Brady after that Giants game.
Yep.
That man should not have a job after that Giants game.
I agree.
Point blank.
He should have lasted this long, that's for sure.
And we should have gotten Cam Newton at that point, and we would have gotten 11 wins. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, Sam Darnold wasn't going to do it.
Cam has been playing a little bit better than Sam Darnold on his bad days. You know, when he had that rough day last week, you know, the week before the bye, you know, you don't expect to beat New England. Come on. Not the way they're playing. But you at least expect to have a decent day out there.
What quarter is the game? What quarter is the game, Corey?
Let's see. I'll be able to tell you in just a second here. Fourth quarter, start of the fourth.
Start of the fourth.
29-14. Vikings.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Well, I mean, let's be real, man. Pittsburgh's having a terrible year.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're not gonna. Nah.
They're kind of in our. They're kind of almost in our situation where they need a quarterback.
All right, let's set these things back the way they were. You know, where we get let's set the board back up. You know, where are we at? Okay, Washington did beat us.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're setting the board back up. I'm curious about something. Okay, we lost to the Dolphins. Yeah.
Just don't make it kill the cat.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying, Corey?
Yeah. That's a good one. That was a good one. Mm-hmm.
Corey's like Anthony and his jokes, man.
All right. What I was curious about is if Minnesota were to lose that game today, you know, to Pittsburgh, how would that affect the board?
Oh.
You know, it would essentially put the Vikings back to what 10 9-8 9-8, because I have them going 10-7 for the rest of the year, so they'd be going 9-8, still ahead of us. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. But yeah, had we won those 3 games, and it just makes you sick. It really, really does.
Those games were important.
Oh my god. I tried to tell everybody how important these games were, and the management just did not care. They're just like, okay, well, a loss is a loss. We'll just move on to the next game. We're trying to go 1-0. Look at the bigger picture, man. Don't take the L in the first place.
Right.
It's not complicated. It really isn't. All right, so we got the board set back up. Okay.
I'm already looking forward to next season. What about you, LD?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah. Man.
What
and hopefully we have a lot better season.
Yep.
Yeah. We need to draft linemen. We need to fill these gaps. I don't know who's going to get cut and who isn't, you know, at the end of the year.
Yeah, it's a mystery.
See, that's an area where, you know, once you get past CJ, AJ, Robbie Anderson, and Sam Darnold, that's an area where I'm kind of in a gray area because I don't know enough, you know, about NFL contracts and salary cap stuff to be able to tell you what might happen. And if anybody here knows more about this stuff than we do, you know, please do shoot any one of us a message, and they'll get back to me. You know, they'll let me know. Try to shoot me a message first. You know, I always respond to everybody when I have time. But I would love to have anybody on here that knows more about this stuff and would like to educate us all on it. You know, because everybody can benefit. You know, followers, subs, anybody, you know,
Right.
even us streamers, you know, we can benefit from all this knowledge. Even streamers that watch my stream, you know, can benefit from that. So, yeah, please do hit us up, man, because I would love to have you onto the stream and talk about stuff. But yeah. People on the IR as of right now. We got Dante Jackson. We just activated Deontay Brown.
Okay.
Now, when we get Deontay Brown, how do you think that's going to affect our line play? Because none of us have really seen him play except in Alabama. Do you think that'll help or hurt us?
Mm.
That's the, I'm over here asking the tough questions, man. I'm asking the questions nobody else wants to ask. I'm
Well,
gonna make y'all think. You come up in here, man. That's how I do things.
man,
I don't know, man.
uh, that's definitely a tough question.
It is. It really is. Because really the answer to that is we just don't have enough information. You know.
Yeah.
Let's see. We've had people coming and going from IR all year long. We just got Cameron Irving back. Okay, now this is a. Let me change that question up and add Cameron Irving in place of Deontay Brown in there. How do you think Cameron Irving is going to fare coming off the IR back onto our line?
Oh God. Mm.
Hmm.
Mm.
I honestly don't know.
Mm.
I've had my reservations about Irving, you know, but I can't truly answer that question. You
Yeah, I
know,
don't have an answer.
and that's okay not to have an answer, you know. It's okay not to have an opinion on things sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. If you don't have enough information, there's no way you can really answer some of these questions.
Yeah.
So I feel y'all on that. So we got Daryl Johnson back from IR. We put Trent Scott on there. We put Frankie Louvu on COVID-19 list.
Hmm.
Oh boy. This is a time where we gotta have Frankie Louvu. Because
Yeah.
without him, that one major play that turns around the game isn't there anymore. We have got to have him against the Saints. We've got to have him against the Bucks. Or that one play doesn't exist in those games. And it could be just as simple as a fumble recovery. It can be as simple as like a big hit, you know, that excites everybody on the defense. You know, he doesn't have to put up any fancy stat, you know. It could just be like a small play that just ignites the whole defense. And that's the value of Frankie Louvu, you know, right now. Yeah. I love this guy. I think if you develop him right, he could be a very, very good linebacker. I'd even put him in the second or third rotation, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I trust him that much. But that's kind of a scary situation there. On the 13th of November, we elevated Mike Horton for a standard COVID evaluation. We waived a punter that last month as well. We did all kinds of crazy stuff, man. This year is crazy, man. I don't understand. I don't know, man. This is a wild year. And again, we're just rolling the dice every time we play a game. We just got to hope that this line holds up. And this pass rush will be enough, and that the coverage will be enough to win a game. How many years of this have we been doing this? I'm tired of it, aren't you? I want some consistent players, man. I want some game winners. I want some people that are going to change the status quo. That's what we got to draft. So, with that in mind, who do y'all have on your list, that you would like to see drafted here? If you have any lists right now.
I'll have to do my research on that, Corey.
Yeah, Anthony, we'll start with you.
You mean like what players we actually?
Who would you like to see drafted here?
Ooh,
that's a tough one for me right now.
Do you have any players that you're looking at or on your radar at all?
No, yeah. Well, my situation is, I love to see Sam Powell.
Okay.
I think that
Yep, Sam Howell.
Yeah. I love to see him go to our team, but I don't see it happening.
Correct. Realistically, we're looking for a third string quarterback because PJ is looking good now. I trust him at backup at this point in time.
But do you feel that with our number one pick, we could? Because for sure, Cam's getting up there to a point. So, do you think for sure that we probably would go quarterback in the first round?
I'm gonna say no. We need offensive linemen.
Yeah.
We need offensive linemen bad, in the worst way.
I agree.
This is how I would approach these drafts from here on. If you want a franchise quarterback, it's got to be round one. Otherwise, linemen. Okay. Every first round. Till we get this problem solved. Do not stop. Do not collect $200. This is not Monopoly. Get a lineman.
Right.
I'm getting tired of this lineman problem every year. I'm getting so sick and tired of it. At a certain point, you can settle and you can get a third round lineman and a fourth round lineman, sure, But how long are those guys going to last you? You last 1 to 3 years probably, which is fine. If you're in a fix it mode, desperation mode, you do that. But then when you're trying to build a permanent line, then you take that step up and you say, I want a lineman that's going to last me 5 years and not get injured. Those are harder to find, but you're going to find those in the top 15 of the
You
draft.
say probably. So you say for the next season after,
Mm-hmm.
probably a quarterback.
That's a possibility depending on what we get this coming draft. If you solidly get a Pro Bowl type offensive tackle or a Pro Bowl type guard, like Taylor Moton, that's going to
Yeah.
stick, and last you about 3 years, then yeah, you can confidently start going after the next position on the table, which is, whether it be guard or tackle, whichever one you didn't get the Pro Bowler for, you go after that
Right.
next in the
Yeah.
first round. So you're thinking about 2 to 3 years later, that's when you get your starter once you've solidified your line. That's,
Yeah.
it's dangerous. But I think Cam can last that long. I don't think he's ready to hang up those cleats yet. We can get at least 3 to 4 years out of him. Cam will hang on for that long, if he understands what the plan is,
What you think on your theology about it, LD?
About Cam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I'm like him. I think Cam still got a lot of playing in him. Still got a lot of football in him.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think he's going to last like 2 to 3 years at least.
Yeah. Oh,
and it'll give us enough time to build that line.
4 tops, maybe.
Yeah. As long as he understands what the plan is, what we're trying to do, he'll go along with it. He won't have a problem with it. If he has a problem with that, he has a problem with him potentially ending up in the back of an ambulance again. He don't want that no more. I can tell you that.